He mea hanga tōku whare korangi nui te tuanui ko papatua anuku, te paparahi ko ngā maunga, ngā paupau o tēnei whare, ka te tiro katoa mai ki Maungarongo Marae ki te hui atau o te runa ngā aiwi o ngā puhi mo tēnei te tau ruamano tuangahu maiua e tātou mā, tēnā kūtau, tēnā tātou katoa. Hoi no tuatahi ake e mihi ana ki o tātou mate huhua katoa o te wā, ngā mate o roto o takoto rā i te poutuarongo o tātou whare, tēnā rātou ki a rātou, tātou ki a tātou. Kati hei, Mauri ora. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, welcome to the 2019 Te Runanga Iwi o Ngā Puhi Hui Atau Annual General Meeting. Ko hau tēnei ko Rānira Harrison, e mihi nui atu ana kia koutou katoa. Kei tōku taha, I have with me a panel of some very supreme beauty, fashionable Ngāpuhi. I'll let them introduce themselves. Who do we have with us today?
Kia ora koutou, kia ora rā te whānau whānui, ko Pio Te Rei tēnei. I te taha o tōku māma no Panguru Miti, te taha o tōku pāpā no Whāngā Pē. No reira, e mihi ana kia koutou, e huri mai na ki tēnei kaupapa rangatira, mo tēnei rā tēnā koutou. Kia ora.
Kia ora mai tātou, kia ora mai hui ngā tangata, koutou anō, ko tatu mai, ki tēnei o ngā whainga nui o tātou te iwi. O tira he kaupapa hou, he kaupapa tawhito, koe atu tēnei ko Miss Kihi, he uri tēnei no ngā pāpaka o rangataua, o roto tauranga moana, ko Ngaiterangi, Ngāti Rangi Nui, me Ngāti Pūpunga ngā iwi, whakapiti atu ki te upoko, ki te raki, ki te upoko o te ao, o tira ki te raki, ki te taitokera mō ngā rekereke o rākau mangamau, hau tēnei, anō tērā o ngā hapu tikitike, ko te ngare raumati, ngai tōna kia tātou o Patikaha Ngāti Puka, e mihi ana kia koutou tēnā koutou katoa. My goodness. Kare he kōrero i tu atu I tērā, and welcome again to another fantastic trio.
This is
a bit beautiful.
This is a bit special actually. This live streaming of the AGM.
It is.
And good on the whānau for utilising this technology so we can sort of get everybody in and connected to this week.
That's it. I'm saying live stream with AGM. It's a little first for me. It's not a first for our iwi, certainly. When we talk about AGMs, yes, we are talking about the annual general meeting that goes on for our marae right across the board. So this is going to be a really, really interesting kaupapa. And for those at home and those who are watching us, of course, just a little insight of how it's broken down, what we are doing right at AGMs and what we're not doing, and just so we get a little bit more understanding of how these things roll. So I'm looking forward to this. Kia ora kōrua.
Pio, just talk to us through what you saw on the marae earlier this morning. 8:30, we had about how many guests turned up here at Maungarongo Marae this morning?
Not enough. We're a little bit late. Engari e paina, ko tērā hoki te ahu o tātou whānau. But the main thing is here that this is our place, this is our space, and we're all here, well, they're all here in the whare here, to have this conversation. What I'm really interested in, because I have to admit to our whānau out there that this is not my area of expertise, but as a member and as a part of the greater, whare of Ngāpuhi, it's really cool to be able to be a conduit for our whānau out there. Absolutely. To find out stuff. And, man, I love transparency, bro. I don't like secrets. I don't like, we need to know what's going on.
And I think that's the true beauty of this live stream, that we can really open the doors to Ngāpuhi, that Ngāpuhi can see what's going on inside the runanga and say, hey, that's my iwi.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is that we're lucky to be a part of this as Māori. So, the challenge, well, let's call it a challenge. Here's the wedo. take part, be a part of it, step up, you know, because we've got so much talent out there, and that's a secret ingredient for the future, I reckon.
Hey, and here's some numbers. At the last census, 2018 census,
Give me some numbers, bro.
an excess of 125,000 registered members of Ngāpuhi.
125, is that all?
1,000.
120,000.
Right.
That is the largest natural grouping of Māori in the world.
And these are their names. No, I don't know that.
125,000.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I mean, and are they, you know, and that's a combination of those who are living in Australia,
Yep.
those who are living overseas, but those who are still committed. But what does that mean when they are registered? What does that mean? What does that give them? Yeah. Does that give them, you know, well, it certainly offers them some good, you know, awhi and tautoko and support when it comes to scholarships.
Yeah.
And certainly now while we're doing this live stream, and I heard you say transparency,
Yeah.
I think that's really important.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little shy myself. I'm not that transparent, but I think you'll find out by the end of the day exactly what's going on up in here. I think transparency is only, you know, you're Māori when you want to be and when you have to be. I
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah.
I see that go on. But when it comes to things like AGMs and all that, you know, you've got an old school thinking in the whare, and then you've got a new school thinking in the whare.
Kia ora.
And in between that, we're trying to work between the landline and the Wi-Fi of the thinking. Do you know what I mean? There are stuff that can happen in a minute, and there are stuff that just have to hold back because we need to allow it to marinate. Depending on what those take are. From resource consent management right through to, oh gosh, who pinched the details from the line?
Yeah.
You know, just little things going on too. Who is that? Who's the treasurer? Oh gosh, let us not get into it straight away, but I mean, hey, we can
But
go
you
there.
mentioned old school thinking. I'm into old school wisdom.
Yes.
I'm not into old school thinking.
Yeah.
Because even if we stand still as a iwi, even if we stand still, we move backwards. Actually.
Yep.
So I'm really interested in positive injection of good people with good skills, and we got the people.
We do, definitely.
We do have the people, but in, you know, if you look at it at our marae, you know, a lot of the work is in the cities as we know it, and I know that a lot of our, you know, people are living in the boondocks and in the outbacks. For example, for like Te Rāwhiti marae, which is my marae, we are made up one marae. We have two. Well, we've got two marae, but hang on. One of those marae was the old school. We have two hapu, one marae, one people. Yeah, we'll say it like that. What is happening when there is a division that goes on? And this is right across the board. I'm not picking on my own whānau, but we're not alone. What is happening there, and how do we savour that? Is it the blood or the in-laws? Is it the in-laws or the blood? I'll tell you one thing, just as your minds are going all, you know, karori haere, I will say the in-laws do a lot of work. They do
Kia
more,
ora.
you know, they do a lot of work. You've got the rāwaho, and then you've got the rāwaho.
Interesting whakaaro ki.
There's the rāwaho. So my uncle who had passed away married my auntie who's not from there, but she, you know, dropped the guts. You know, dropped the guts at the marae. She's the one who's got the key to the cupboard. She's done 40 to 50 odd years there. She's an in-law, but now she's got a new boyfriend who's the boy next door, and he's come in as a trustee. It's an example.
I see
Interesting.
where you're going with this.
It's
and
an
I'm
example.
I'm not sure I
Rāwaho
like
she
it.
is, the rāwahoraho he is. And now what's happening here? Just an example.
Iwi politics at its finest.
Iwi politics is its finest.
Hoi no e tātou mā, e mihi nui tēnei kia koutou Ngāpuhi nui tonu, kua tūhono maira ki tēnei pāpāhotanga motuhake, me he mea e whakapātu ana ki tā tātou whārangi ipurangi ngāpuhi.iwi.nz, ka kite koe i ngā kōrero katoa ka puta i tā tātou hui a tau i tēnei tau e hoama. I'm just saying, this is, to my knowledge, like we've said, the first time that Ngāpuhi has gone and really opened the doors. Ngāpuhi website will have one of the flashiest hui a tau live streams known to man.
Yeah. And I just see written down here because I've got notes. It's about engagement, so if we think about transparency, if we think about people getting engaged, and you guys mentioned something before. If we're members of this, why?
Yep.
You know, I don't want to change our kaupapa, but all our kids need to know they belong to something bigger than just themselves.
Kia ora.
And it's our job to upskill our tamariki to make sure, you know, if you're he tino Māori koe, you should never really be lonely.
Tēnā koe.
And that's a real mamae amongst our community. Actually, it's not away from the topic because as perceived leaders, our mental health and our well-being is huge. So my personal message is to make sure that our tamariki are engaged, but we need to make it entertaining, exciting, and let's go and do this. It's going to be fun, man.
Yep.
It needs to be entertaining, it needs to be exciting, because that is the day and age, that is where we are at. I tell you what, these sort of things here, who needs to come to the AGM when you can just go straight there and on live? So it's just about...
And see us.
Exactly.
Huge opportunity.
Huge opportunity. And I really want to, I love that we can exhaust tools like this. There is the good and the bad and this sort of stuff. But we cannot, and I think we're going to reiterate this, kanohi ki te kanohi.
Kia ora.
There ain't nothing like it. You couldn't make a baby on a phone, that's for sure. We won't go there.
Well, you can get directions, but let's not even go there either.
Some things need kanohi ki te kanohi. It's really where I was coming from, and I think I'll take my shades off just for that one, as if I were taking my hat off to those who are watching us live stream now. I welcome you once, I welcome you twice, and for the thrice, I say that AGM is a boring thing, sure, but it is the only thing. When the world goes crash and the world gives up on you, you have your standing place at your marae to go back to, which is the true wharewana.
What's your guys, whakaaro, what's an AGM? Okay, the basic question, what's an AGM? It's an annual general meeting
Yes.
of a board. Okay,
Yep.
keep going.
It's an annual general meeting. It is where we get to elect a chairman, where we get to elect board members, depending on how many hapu or how
But there's a
it's designed.
process that has to
There's
go
absolute
through to
process.
that. Yep.
There's a process that has to go through that. So, I mean, you know, an AGM, you know, you've got those that go to the marae, and then they go to the hui, and, you know, we're often talking to ourselves because there's no power in the room. You know what I mean? So
How do you mean power?
Power is in anybody there to move it forward. I mean, if you don't have any more than, you've got to have at least 4 board members, right, to move a motion,
Right.
correct? So
I
let's
don't
make
actually
it.
know, but I'm glad
I
you-
do.
Right.
So well, no. So you have to have 4 members. When you've got 3 members, my gosh, I've seen a hui with 3 members, and the hui's quite powerful. In fact, you've got cousins, aunties, and uncles who have come through from, you know, distance, long places, and they are noble.
Yep.
And you've still only got 3 power heads in there. You need
Yep.
4 to move a motion. So we've got some strong kōrero with no motion moving.
Okay.
You need 4 board members to move the motion, correct? And this here will allow us to move forward as a whānau and as a iwi, from fisheries to resource consent management
Right.
to pulling a building down, to putting it back up, to fundraisers,
Yeah.
to commercial. If your marae is under commercial law, you can allow people to come through, like camps and schools to come through and camp there,
Cool.
which means you need to, here we go, as a commercial building. We're getting into the
Health and
nitty-gritty.
safety.
Health and safety is number 1. OSHA is number 1. So you're going to need, you know, not every marae wants a ramp
No.
Kia
on the
ora.
deck. It's not how it was. But because of commercial law, understanding if your marae is under commercial law, you have to provide a ramp. As you do if you were opening a restaurant or any kind of business building, you needed a toilet. So that is how it goes. Those are just things that some whānau probably don't know.
Yeah,
That's
that's a good
required.
point.
Going back to that question though, in terms of the AGM, what is it? It is just a bloody hoha sometimes. But an AGM is where we can select the right people to govern our marae.
Yeah.
And find out what's going on.
Find out what's going on.
I've got a big thing about that.
Yeah, I think we've touched on it. You know, the core role of the AGM is to bring everyone together to the single place and discuss the everything, top to bottom, that is happening in our iwi today.
Yeah.
And that's why this live stream is so important, that all 125,000 plus descendants of Ngāpuhi
And
can
growing.
come, and growing by the minute, can come together and say, yes, I heard that, I saw that,
Yeah.
I felt that, and I'm a part and I'm engaged in my iwi.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
There are members though, hey, who are sitting in the midst, and their grandparents had some rauru with other grandparents,
Kia
you
ora.
know, and we inherit this pain. We inherit this anger,
Big kōrero,
and we
yeah.
take it on board. Hell, none of us were at the Treaty of Waitangi 1840, but man, we've got a lot to say about it, eh?
Yeah.
You know why? Because it affects us.
Yeah.
It affects the ongoing. And the minute you have a child, it's funny how you hear, you know, you want to be on the board. That baby makes you move.
Yeah.
That baby makes you move.
I've got some interesting thoughts about, and I could upset people here, but hey, let's do that, eh? I've got some interesting thoughts about the whole science of people in a room talking to each other. And quite often, it's emotion over intelligence as opposed to intelligence over emotion. And, you know, as the world knows, I'm a very shy, introverted person.
Yes,
But, you know,
yeah.
some of our whānau get up there and you go, just get on with the kaupapa. You know, I don't want to hear about the cow that was stolen from your family in 1948.
Oh, look.
And the whole thing is, and the other thing is, some of our whānau, and I'm from Whakape, so I can say this, a lot of their talk comes out of a red brain, so it's an angry brain.
Yeah.
And that stifles process and decision making. So sometimes before we even get in the blinking door, you know, kia tau. You know, have your guns loaded, but don't be, you know, not your M16. Poha.
A lot of them come to the bring a knife to the gun party.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, and a lot of them aren't. But
Are we being rude?
no, we're not. We're
I
being
think
honest.
it's good.
We're being honest. We're being thorough. I tell you what, this isn't an easy live stream to talk about because we have to be transparent. What we are asking of these AGMs and of our marae is to be transparent. So that is really what we're going to be today. We must turn the undie inside out. Kia kite noa.
I don't even
Paranga,
wanna-
engari.
I
Kia
don't
kite
even want to hear that analogy. You know, one of the other things, and I want to touch with this, bro, because we're all in the media, is I have real concerns about the way our brand, the Māori brand, is portrayed in Middle New Zealand. So the decisions we make within these areas of marae AGMs and stuff affects how we look to wider New Zealand, right?
Kia ora.
And if we look kore take, if we look we're hiding stuff under the carpet, if we look like we're not transparent, that's not good for business.
Yep.
And we are a business. Mai rāno, even our old people, man, they were the traders of this
Kia ora.
country. You know, so getting this stuff right, obviously the decisions, but getting the process right is huge to me.
I think you've touched on an interesting point where the media plays such an integral role in how we see ourselves as Māori.
Totally.
In this context of an annual general meeting, everything, all of our dirty laundry's out for everyone to see. Now, with media, the headline, the grab is always the worst thing possible.
Yeah.
So automatically we're thinking that ngā puhi's only this and this.
Yeah.
But
They can't argue, they can't, you know.
But what about all of the other positive aspects that haven't been seen?
Bro, I
that
get
are going
Pākehā
on?
whānau, and they might Pākehā whānau, they say, bro, how come you Māori can't agree on something? And I says, well, how come you guys have got 5 political parties?
Kia ora.
You fellas can't agree either.
Yeah.
So koe kōrero pēnā.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm getting feisty now.
Yeah, no. This is what's going to happen. We're about to really blow it up. I mean, this is no joke. The AGM is a 3-letter word that can just poise our people in a minute. You can get excited, you can get corrupted, you can get
Frustrated.
you can get concerned, very, very quickly. And it's a rapid feeling. We take with us, when we go to these AGMs, we take with us that mana, that heavy load, that problem that we didn't fix up the last time.
Yeah. And the pito, eh?
We
You know,
certainly
that
don't welcome
festering.
anything, fresh and new at this stage because we're still getting over last week's saga that what happened in with the track day at the last tangi.
Yeah, we've got to
and
get over it. Get over it.
Exactly. How do we get over it and what does that look like?
Yeah.
You know, and you know, young people, you know, like ourselves, Peel.
Thank
You
you.
know what I mean? Young people like
I've always
ourselves
loved
are
you.
just, I tell you now, yes, nothing wrong with my eyes. But, you know, young people like ourselves in our minds as well, who are very privy to the workings and the processes of how these things work. I mean, in a minute, I could find out what's happening in that AGM just by looking at this, and if I like it, I might go down to the marae. If I don't, I might just sit it out.
Yeah, I might just listen to
I
us.
might just sit it out. And then I'm going to be rough on the comments.
Yeah.
You
That's
see?
it. That's it.
Ka haki te kōrero I rungi tēnei, ngari, mo te kore, you know, tū ki mua I te hunga. And they don't go down and actually say, this thing here can be nasty upon the AGM. Just saying.
That is a huge topic that I want to touch on during the course of the day, is the engagement that we're finding. And we've already touched on it, the face-to-face engagement, how that's played off against online engagement, and actually getting to the marae and playing an active role in the hapu structure and the iwi structure that goes on here, because it's a machine. Our marae are machines. So who are the cogs in the machine?
Man, I have huge respect for for the people, for the Hokanga, and I don't know. I say it on social media because my world is a slightly different world. Like a lot of people, like a lot of the 125,000 Ngāpuhi, our worlds are different. But man, we need to put processes in place so people who are at home have got the tools, the skills, and the resources to do the best job they can. Quite often, man, it's been a band-aid economy. For our people in the Hoka. We'd be buggered without them, mate. Kia ora. You can't say that word. I can. Buggered would be. Toyota.
We would be buggered without them. I think and there's a lot of key characteristics and characterism that goes on. I mean, you are a throwback to your tupuna and not too far back too. You're a throwback to one that you didn't get to see, but there's old people in the mix who see that same
Ahua, momo.
You
Te
do
momo,
momo, te tangata me, that type is right up in there. And I think that's beautiful. Like, you know, I will say for myself, you know, I've been told, you know, we move and groove, and I move and groove like my great-grandfather. Gosh, I wish I got to meet him.
Yeah.
But they get to meet him again through me.
Yeah.
You know, and you're just trying to learn what that's all about.
But
so now you start to think you're important. Now you've got to take on that role. You go Google the real ish out of him.
One of the responsibilities of that momo,
Yes, is to take it on board.
And one of the responsibilities, okay, our tupuna was Te Rei Puku, right? From Whangape, and on the Pangaru side.
That's how you are Te Rei?
Yeah.
Te Rei
Okay.
Puku.
And what's our obligation? Is the marae and the way we behave a place where our children realise the importance of their name, of their brand, of their coat of arms, which we wear in here, eh? You know that name. I don't want to sully that name because it's a tupuna name, eh? And that sort of creates the way you behave. Most of the time.
I saw a really interesting comment online, and there are a lot of youth, disengaged youth, Māori youth today who are saying, but I don't know my whakapapa. Let's flip that coin and say, but your whakapapa knows you.
Yeah.
That's interesting. And
I like that.
It's good.
I've just stolen that.
Quote me.
Quote me. I'm not going to quote you. I'm going to quote me.
You know what? I was listening to the
Kia
radio
ora.
the other day, and I heard Eddie Mahinare, and they'd taken recordings of him. He's quite the character, Eddie Mahinare.
He's good.
Was alive. And he had little recordings, and Ngāti Hine had them.
Who are you talking about?
Eddie Mahinare.
Oh,
Eddie
yes,
Mahinare.
beautiful.
He had some. They've got these nice little snippets they put on Ngāti Hine FM, and I tell you what, and there was one there where he said, you know, if you're Māori, you know this one I'm talking about? If you're Māori, you're born with te reo. It's just a matter of taking it from here to there.
Kia ora.
You know, shifting the
That's the
energy
wisdom I
from
love.
here to there. I love that. I love the way he did it. And then he had a little cackle at the end, like, like, come on, wake up.
Yeah.
You
Hey,
know?
and let's address the elephant in the room with that, because I think what te momo pēnei ya matu erima, what they're getting at when they talk like that is it's laziness. It's our laziness and being disengaged from this construct, the marae construct, to be able to get our reo from A to B.
Yeah.
I think it's a combination. I will say now, it's a combination. I'm hearing those out there who just heard that. It is a lazy thing, I agree with you, but it is a combination. It's a lack of confidence. Confidence comes from knowing who you are.
Kia ora.
When you know where you come from, you know where you're going.
Yep.
And if you don't know where you come from, how do you know where you're going?
Tika.
You know what I mean? Like it's a combination of, yes, there's laziness too, and they still didn't pick up their shirt that's hanging on the ground. Hey, and that's part of tikanga to hang it up.
Kia ora.
Same sort of thing goes on. And those it's a desire. Anyone can teach te reo Māori, but who can teach and give the desire and the passion to continue that reo, you know, to keep it going on? You know what I mean?
That's the winning comment so far, Ki.
Oh!
You're winning the race.
Gee.
But it's only early.
That was
See, we're very
winning the race.
competitive in the north. Yeah, no,
That was good.
No, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank
But
you.
no, you're quite right. You can't build a strong whare on weak foundations and knowing who you are and where you're from.
That's a good one too. Hey, we're coming through.
Well, these are basics, but these are the sorts of things that our kids aren't hearing. And our kids aren't hearing how awesome we are.
Yes.
They don't know about the, you know, I was just, you know, our people were scientists, our people were the greatest navigators on the globe, all those things. And that's why I know I digress slightly. That's why I'm so rapt about New Zealand history and a correct portrayal of New Zealand history being taught in our schools coming. That's going to change the whole scene in this country. So we've got to change the scene in this whare. Maybe.
Perhaps. I've got a feeling. Just this whole strength of, just the existence of this whole livey is going to change.
Every
the
time you
shape.
say livey, I think about me and my boy at the back of a boat catching a big kingfish using a little. But sorry, that's just I'm getting hungry.
That's after the hui. We're out on the boat after the hui.
Yeah. Love it.
The tides are good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's really important. I mean, this is the first time. Is this the first time we've done an AGM live stream? I think it's the first time in the country anybody has done. Who does a live stream from an AGM at a marae? I think it's a fantastic idea.
Well, here's another part, though. People were going, so you've got relations now. Your whānau has a hui, has a mate, has a wedding or whatever, and the other whānau in Germany, right, want to be at that occasion. Now, that's just throwing a spanner in the works.
Oh, this is great.
To live, well, I don't want my mate going live.
Then I can really see people and aunties as well in Australia going nuts right now.
Or am I wrong? Should we open the doors that wide? Hoa hoki.
Ranira, what about your marae? What's happening?
Yeah, well, this is a huge argument on a lot of our marae in 2019. Yeah. No, it's an argument. It's not a debate. It's an argument. This is where we get to tikanga versus technology.
Kia ora.
And you're right. When we hold up these little devices here,
Yes.
it changes the way we do things in that whare.
Right.
You know what, I see politicians, can I go there? We're going to be transparent.
Well, I mean,
No, I see politicians, they make me laugh. It's like it's a set breakfast, you know what I mean? They're like, yeah, we've got the eggs and everything, toto that, and they'll eat it down. It's like, okay, we're here now, we're present. Okay, we've done our korero, and they're back to their little phones, and I can see it.
kia ora.
Yeah.
The existence of me watching that leader, and people have got a combination of thoughts going on there. Some are looking at them like, you're six figures.
Yeah.
And where their mind goes from there,
Yeah.
it's up to your imagination.
Yeah.
And there's people looking at them like, you're nanny tratara's mokopuna.
Yeah.
You're just a show pony.
Yeah.
You're the best thing we've got here.
Right. On the
There's
positive.
a combination of things
Kia ora.
going on, but
Yeah.
they're all very strong and hard to
And
hit
passionate.
Passionate.
Yeah.
You've got the, oh, gee, I didn't think you'd be a good boy, but I've got a feeling you're going to be all right. You've got those kind of combinations going on. They are people in power. Where do our politicians fit in with our AGMs? If they turn up to an AGM, say nothing, and they're very, very, they're connected to power. They're connected to change.
Yeah.
Not every marae has a politician connected to
Kia ora.
them. So there are some fortunate maraes, but are they fortunate, and is that politician actually helping them out? Not picking on politicians, but I am.
Yeah. Well, they're open. You remind me of a hard
You
case.
remind me of a sheep. No, Karen.
A sheep.
I was going to say sheep.
But, and that's one of the things too, and it goes back to our psyche, that corridor around this, our Māori man and our Pākehā brother going fishing for eels, and that corridor, eh? And the Pākehā goes, you should put a lid on that bucket of eels because those eels will climb out. And he says, no, babe, kei te pai, these are Māori eels. Once one of those eels get to the top, the others will pull him down.
Kia ora.
Yes,
Yeah. So that's another psyche that impacts on the decision-making process. I'm sick of that stuff.
You look like you want to say something on that. You want to put some truth on that, Karen.
I feel that, we can stitch those stories very quickly to it, like it's like the ruru, and it comes out at night.
Yeah.
I saw it this morning. Like just little things going on. Like, exactly. The hammerhead shark, you know what I mean? Like he can't be your friend. At times, like what is a mermaid? And like, just little stories like the classic, if a bird and a fish want to be together, where would they live? On the rock, of course. Halfway in, halfway out.
I've never heard that story.
Peel.
Well, I'm a
Come
product.
through.
Just hold on. I'm just a young lady. I'm a product of the education system from the 70s. So, I'm actually doing okay because they didn't teach us anything.
No.
Actually, that's quite wrong.
Did they teach you about the Treaty Waitangi? No. Neither did same with us.
No.
So so say all of us.
Yeah.
And now they are Tuia 250 has just come through.
Yeah.
And that's become a whole game changer.
Yeah.
We start bringing the Tuia 250. I mean, I've been a part of that. I'm sure we've all been a little dose of that. That has been interesting too.
Yeah.
people, you have a half and half. You've got ones that are here to commemorate it,
Yeah.
and ones that are here to celebrate it. Not a good look, not a good feel.
I'm going to
out
ask you
there.
guys, I'm going to ask you a question, bro. Can passion, I roto I te whare, can passion hinder progress?
Definitely.
Al, you didn't even think about
No,
it.
he didn't even think
I
about
didn't
it.
need
He
to.
right there. That's Annie.
I don't need to. And that's passion is driven by obviously emotion.
Sure.
And when we're not thinking about what we're saying, muhi o tātou, ko ngā kōrero katoa ka putu I te whare, ko te he mana tō te kupu.
Yes.
Ka tū te tangata, ka kitea tōna mana. Ka kōrero te tangata, ka kitea tōna mana.
Kia ora.
You'll see the mana of this person.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if that person
And they know it.
Yeah, and they know it. And they know it. And you spoke earlier about having a red brain and talking from an angry place.
Yes.
And we're not thinking about what we're saying and how we're delivering, and we're not thinking about how our crowd's receiving us.
Yeah.
More importantly, how we're being received. Then we start to falter. That's where we start to falter. I just want to go back and digress a little bit. Talk about how we were touching on politicians and those leaders in our whare.
Yeah.
And those are the sorts of things. It's interesting, and I think we can flesh this out during the day, talking about how politicians and the mana that leaders from a Pākehā construct,
Yes.
the mana they have in an AGM,
Yeah.
a Pākehā construct in a Māori context.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because hey, let's be kia pono tātou kia tātou.
Yeah.
He ahuatanga Pākehā tēnei.
The AGM.
It's Pākehā.
Tikana.
But
It is very, very Pākehā. You've got a king and a queen, you know, and all the men's horses and all the men's, you know, it's like a chessboard, really, and we're all the pawns.
I love the science
You
of
know what
this.
I mean?
I'm interested in
It
the
is.
science of this whole, because from this comes the hua, you know,
Tēnā
you
koe.
know, and kaupapa is either is going to blossom or not.
Let's not get it twisted. You know, there's something between the tarahiti and the taumata. You know, between the trustees and the taumata. And more than often, trustees think they're the taumata.
Yeah.
And taumata never think they're the trustees, if you know what I mean. They stay where they're going to stay.
Yeah.
But the trustees like to come in and they like to be all of the merrier and do all of the painting and all the aroha mai matua, aroha mai uncle. But you're not necessarily see that little
Te tohu.
Ngaro.
that
Yeah.
tohu there, mate. When that little, what is it, a wasp? And if it is, they don't like this kōrero.
It was a blowfly,
It's a
and you can smell the honey.
But I mean, you know what I mean? The trustees and the taumata. Like, you know, the trustees, they think you're just here to govern. E hoa. You're here to govern, you're here to pay the bills. Get it together. Get it through your head that this is what it is. But some of these trustees are actually on the taumata because the taumata is becoming very thin these days.
Okay.
Let's talk. Can we flesh that out?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's talk about
Flesh it
that.
out.
That is a huge problem. That is, I heard a stat from Te Reinga to the Auckland Harbour Bridge is approximately 200 marae plus.
Ooh, that's cool.
Now, if we,
That's a lot.
yeah,
From Te Reinga to
the Auckland Harbour
Tamaki.
Bridge, yeah.
there are 200 marae.
Yep.
You have done some serious
Yeah,
whakao.
yeah. And so when I think about my generation of speakers, of Māori speakers who are actively engaged with the taumata,
Yes.
it pains me to say I can't name 200, one speaker for each marae.
No.
That means there's pressure. There's pressure on someone.
Beautiful, Ranira.
Yeah, beautiful. Even though it's bad news.
It's bad news, but you've certainly...
But it's a wake up, and it's a wake
Well,
up
you
call.
put it into perspective, bro. That's really cool.
And it's the wake. I think it's the wake up call that a lot of young Māori men here in Ngāpuhi need to say, bro. It's time now to go back and help our kaumātua. You know, as some of our kaumātua, they're struggling there.
Oh.
At one hui at 9 o'clock in the morning, they'll drive another 100 kilometres up the road. They're at another hui at 11 o'clock.
Yeah. There is that generation in there that were not given the reo. They missed out because their parents were given the strap for the reo Māori. And why would any parent want to give their children something
Kia ora.
that was going to end up in result of hiding
Tēnā koe.
or a strap? It wasn't going to happen. So then when we got brave and the courageous part of Māori came through, 1975 to the 82s,
That's right.
when the Kuangareo started to the 90s of the Kura Kaipa Māori, Whare Kura started streaming through, we got brave, we got courageous. Now I stand here today giving out kōrero Māori packs from Te Taurawhiri, Te Reo Māori. We have Pākehā Simon Dallo's giving more than just Kia ora mai tātou. And he's Ngāti Pūkenga, by the way. Can I just say it there? I just touched that one in there. But can I just say, the likes of Pākehā, like John Campbell's, they're doing more than their Kia ora mai tātou. Kia ora koutou, take a photo. It is, they've got little...
Jack
mihi-
Tame.
Jack
Oh,
The
Jay!
man's a hero.
Yeah.
That guy there is our prime example of you can do it.
Yeah.
And the last time I checked, Ngapuhi were actually claiming Jack Tame.
Yeah.
He was part of the treaty claim.
Oh no,
Yeah,
we
he's ours.
stop
Hey,
it,
he's
stop it,
ours.
Ngāpuhi.
Maki rangatira there.
Yeah, he's ours. Jack Tame. Honorary
Yeah, I was
Ngapuhi.
asked a question when you talk about reo, and I'm very much on a reo journey, which is really cool.
too.
The reo, one of my Pākehā mates who is learning te reo, he says, bro, what is the threat to a Māori world of Pākehā, and there's huge amounts of Pākehā or non-Māori learning te reo,
What is a threat to a Māori world?
of Pākehā becoming more and more immersed in te reo Māori. And I didn't know what to say, and then I heard my father's voice, and it's not my kaumātua's voice, and he says, Pure, you can teach a parrot how to squawk like a duck, but it's still a parrot. Ne? So if you think of that whakaaro, he Pākehā koe. So reo is a cornerstone of who we are,
Yes.
but there's a whole heap of other things
Yes, that come
that
with it.
can't be learnt, they have to be lived.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's a correct answer, but I put it to the table.
What's that woman's name? She's a Pākehā. She was just on TV the other day. She's got the reo. Go on, quick. What's her name? And she's wonderful at te reo Māori.
Tamira?
No, she's this Tiger
she
woman.
actress?
She's yes.
Yes.
Yes, she's
Jennifer
been-
Ward Leadland.
That's her.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Jennifer.
Yeah.
Tuhine.
It's her. It's you know the one I'm talking about.
Yes.
The hetero. There's something about her wairua
Yeah.
that just
Well, she's,
Yeah.
just
She's a
makes me
thespian.
stop taking it for granted.
Yeah.
She just makes me so strong, and the way she even talks English now, it's got a little bit of a macaron on it.
Yeah.
You know, you know, the English becomes very. You know, my grandmother used to say to me, "Make sure your English is as good as your Māori, and your Māori is as good as your English."
One of the best speaking
What's that?
English speakers we had, Maturata.
Kia ora.
Oh my gosh!
Hey,
yes.
Maturata, man.
Maturata.
You know?
He could talk, you know, because he knows how to talk. He speak the way
Eloquent.
they want to be spoken.
Well, even if you know, I never, but you know, some of the films of Sir James and those guys,
Oh, again, a wonderful
Kapuru
speaker.
and all those guys, just their eloquence,
Oh.
i roti te reo Pākehā, was just amazing. But yeah, so interesting times. Now, here's another question I want to put to you, bro. If you've got a kaupapa,
Nice.
i roti tēnei whare, engari, you struggle with te reo, but your kaupapa has got mana, do you lose that mana by bringing up a very important kaupapa that can bring forth a Māori change? Do you lose it by speaking English?
I'd like to say no,
Yeah, me too, but I think you're
but
right.
I think we all know that in that whare, it's what can be considered a lion's den. And if our
Order.
and I mean, this is a wānanga for us to have that. If we're letting people stand up and present Māori issues in English,
Yes.
because all of these issues that, you know, it's not their fault that they weren't given te reo Māori.
There are reasons for why they've arrived there. Yeah, yeah.
They were born
I
with
think
te
you're
reo.
right.
But you're born with te reo. It just hasn't been nurtured.
That's right.
It's like anything. You know, you're born to be human, and it comes with that is learning how to go toilet, learning how to wash yourself, learning how to eat. You know, the Indians, they have a tikanga when they eat. The old people, you watch them and how they take their kai and they do this.
American Indians or
No,
Asian
the
Indians?
Hindu,
yeah.
the Ngāmeo no Indiana. You know, watch the old people. I've got beautiful friends, Indian friends.
Oh.
We've had a Dwali, and I've had a Dwali with them.
I'm
And
such a fan of a goat curry.
I love. Oh gosh, I tell you what.
Don't start work getting off.
I tell you what,
And
I-
whānau, buttered chicken is not Indian. Stop eating that stuff.
Is it not?
No,
it's
it's
not
not
even.
Indian. It's made for
It's
Pākehā.
like California roll for Japanese. You know, you won't find avocado in Japan. I don't know why.
Anyway,
So coming back,
Okay.
you know, like the Dwali, like the tikanga behind the way that the old people eat
Aye.
to the way that their mokopuna eats
Sure.
are totally different.
Yeah.
So there's a tikanga
Ah,
there. There was a
beautiful.
the context of the content to that of the way that they add the rice and they get the nori the roti bread,
Roti, aye.
and then they do this.
He
and-
takakau hoki.
Takakauoki. and just the way, you know, like, and like, let's go to the takakau, let's go to the fry bread. You know, fry bread was pocket bread for kinners. You have certain bread for a certain type of kai, right?
Kia ora.
Certain kai, that's how our old people were. So, right across the board, all old people, kaumātua in the world, have this beautiful, slow, thorough,
Appreciation.
and
Yeah.
ritual
Yeah.
that they never amend.
Yeah.
Never.
Now this has got nothing to do with the AGM, but what I'm finding about, see, my buzzword is edutainment.
You better. Excuse me?
Edutainment.
I'm edutainment.
No, remember the time we met and you stole that word?
Okay. Guess what? I can't believe you just edutainment. Carry on.
Okay, edutainment. So,
You
it's
are,
all very
you
well.
are edutainment. Actually, you are the king of this AGM.
It's all very
of
well to have
edutainment.
our hui here, go back to the AGM, but how do we go back to the word engage?
Yes.
Kia ora.
So I've just, based on your whakaaro, bro, about kaupapa Māori kōrero needs to be i roto i te reo. So my job, if I've got a real good take, is to rally around my good speakers to be the one to deliver the kōrero, eh?
And we see that sort of thing on Amarai. And I just want to touch on,
I like it.
if we're talking about mild butter chickens and goat curries,
Yes.
you know, the southern tribes do say ko te kai a te rangatira. He kōrero.
oh.
And much the same, and I'm watching Kihi as she's, you know, as she's trying to eat her butter chicken, and that much the same can be said about how we're delivering speeches. You know, a lot of our old people are very particular
Yeah.
and meticulous about how they deliver what they're saying. There's a lot of thought put behind. There it is.
Very little to say
Yeah.
about it. I mean, gosh, you could watch a kid, you know, a teenager peel spuds and making a mess everywhere. You can watch the old girl peel it and she wraps it
No
around
waste.
slowly. But my gosh, she's finished 10 spuds in 2 minutes. And boy's still on his second spud in 10 minutes.
See, I've taught
So,
my
you know.
children, don't buy riwai that you have to peel.
Ooh.
You see?
But you're spoiled.
Now,
Peter
te kupu
on.
riwai. Te kupu riwai, okay? Now, I heard from a very educated Māori man, because I'm not.
Kupuri way.
Te kupu riwai.
Let's go.
Okay. Riwai, ko te kupu tika he peru, ne?
Ana.
Okay. Riwai, when those types of peru were bought from Ireland and stuff, the main trader
With Levi.
was Levi.
Stivers.
You're
Wow.
amazing. So
Levi
the
was
word-
Levi. Up north they called it Levi and down south they called it Taiwa.
That's it. Give me 5.
Oh, so
Levi Stivers.
Yeah.
The potato
So
seed.
they call the. This got nothing to do with this, but I
No,
think
but it's
good
everything to do
kōrero.
with this. It's everything to
It
do with
is.
this.
Levi
is
means
the Levi,
Levi.
and Stivers is Taiwa. Ko ngā Taiwa kei te taitonga, kei te waipona.
Tika ana koe.
So Levi Stivers. I think you told me that one too. I'm going to bring
Yeah,
it
yeah,
back.
yeah.
There you have it, ladies and
And
gentlemen.
pure, and pure means godlike.
Yeah. Much like the same, Raniera means
And-
most handsome man in Ngāpuhi.
And Kihi is what you do when you get older.
I have actually just learned something today. I did not know that.
Levi
Riwai.
Stivers.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
There it is.
Levi
Yeah,
Taiwa.
that's right.
I'm glad I used to agree with it because I'm like, gosh.
Yeah, yeah,
that's-
because not many people take
No,
my
it is.
word for. But anyway, here we are. What's happening here, whānau, because we're going live, is e haere ana ngā mihi mihi I roti I tō tātou whare. We're here to give you to include you, to engage you in what's going to happen throughout the day. And it's interesting times for Ngāpuhi, it's interesting times for us, so I can't wait. There could be, we are Ngāpuhi, so there could be some heat.
Oh, there will be some heat. There's no such thing as could.
Yeah.
There will be heat. The heat has already begun.
Yeah.
And
Like a
that-
good goat curry.
Yeah, well, like a good taiwa and a good
Anyway,
you know what I mean? I hope there's room for peru to come through. And when we talk about peru, there's lots of different kinds of peru. There's
Yeah.
the rangatira, Māori,
Yeah.
the Māori chief.
Yeah.
There's the urenika.
Yeah,
You know what that means, Stella?
of course I do.
What does that mean, Kay? Tell us.
Two-
It means it's got nothing to do with the AGM.
It means I'm moving on.
But I mean, just in that sense, you know what? Māori are made up of different peru too.
Tēnā.
We're long and purple, you know, we're short and stubby, we've got a waxy bite to it, you know, we're made up of different kinds of breeds as
And
well.
we're a
But we're all trying
necessary
to,
ingredient
we
to
are-
any meal.
we are so necessary and relevant
Nice.
for that matter. And I think, you know, but we all show up to try and fit the same suit.
When our people hear the word AGM, what's the first thing that comes in? Is the first word that comes into their head, our hohaya, just be those old fellas
Yes,
having a
Probably.
bloody...
one.
They probably are.
Yes,
Most
one.
probably. Okay,
Absolutely.
so we've got to change that.
And when we hear AGM, we have there's excitement, there's revenge, there's utu on the plate, on the table, there's never mind that.
Yeah.
You know, and
There's
and
really bad footwear.
really bad footwear, really bad. You know, gosh, bad. We're going to try and cut that word out. But I mean, hey, the reality is that it is a really touchy subject, and more than often, you've the ones that can't make it are the ones that probably should take it and should be there, but they're not there. So you send a proxy. Lots of proxies go to that hui too, to proxy Nan, to proxy Tarapana.
So what's a proxy?
A proxy is one who stands in for.
Right.
So let's say I'm a trustee and I can't make it because I'm stuck on Puhoi, and there's I'm stuck on the Brynderwins, one way in, no way out.
Or you're at a vineyard in Waiheke?
Well, I'm probably just at the marae, but haven't got the balls to go in yet. And so I would proxy and have my mother step in for me. But Mum, you are to proxy only for my for my decisions and everything. More than often, you've got to watch those proxies. They like to say a little bit more than the actual trustee. So it's important to know who your trustees are. Can I just mention that it is about, te mutunga o te rā he tangata, he tangata, and I think the purpose is really important. You look at politicians. If they were all in their purpose, we'd be running and governing such a great government. We'd be running perfectly. Everybody, even chefs, people who cook. If that was their purpose, you'd be eating with delight. Some of them burn it. It's not your purpose.
I've been, bro, you'd be interested in this. We should stick you in the middle, actually, because we're attacking you.
I know, we need to stick him in the middle. Come next round, guys. I think there might be a break in there. We're going to reposition, and then come the end, I'll be in that middle.
Yeah.
We're going to reposition, but appeal.
I've been, because I love the way we think, and it annoys me when we don't think. But you have IQ, okay, intellectual, okay. You have EQ. And there's another thing called LQ, which is the intelligence of your heart, okay? So when you go into a situation, and we have it as Māori, if I'm going to say something, how is that going to damage people that I'm talking to?
Kia ora.
Am I going to say something based around... Because if you're in angry red mode, your actual ability to think things out goes from a 40-year-old intelligent Māori man to a 10-year-old idiot.
That's it.
That's the science behind getting angry.
That's it.
But controlled passion...
Yes.
He mea rere ke, eh?
Yes.
And I just love the way... And the other thing I want to...
But it's learnt behaviour.
It is learnt behaviour. So a lot of the talk now is about picking who is going to be the panel to run the All Blacks, right? For me...
Oh, are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting... No, I'm not suggesting.
Get your CV ready, King.
If we've got a panel running our marae, what are the qualifications?
We could be here all day talking about the qualifications.
Or are they
necessary.
just related to somebody as
The
their nepotism?
qualification is to sit in the middle. You must be on the fence because you know it's going to drift. You're going to storm it or calm it, either way.
Yeah.
The qualifications is to see it for what it is and not what it could be and what it was, but to see things for what it is here.
In the moment.
And I think that in the moment, but I think also you can't drift away from the ngako, from the, it's always better to say yes and smile.
And do something else. It's a bit like being married, really.
Oh,
No,
tell me
let's
about
not
that
go-
AGM.
I've brought the minutes.
And the matters arising.
I just wanted to touch on the LQ.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful korero, and I think a lot of our
That's what our kaumātua had, bro.
So what does LQ stand for?
What actually is LQ?
What does it stand for? Like,
love quotient.
Oh,
Okay, so
cut it out.
you made that up.
is emotional intelligence. So quotient is a measure, right?
Yes,
Okay,
a quotient is a measure,
So
yes.
emotional intelligence is, and we've got it in spade loads. You walk into a room, and you go, "Ooh, this don't feel good."
Yeah.
I'll pull back.
Oh, that's all our AGMs.
Or you walk into a room and you go, I'm going to behave in this way because of my emotional intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. IQ is how much you actually know, okay? So you go to university. But don't confuse education with intelligence.
Kia ora.
Oh, exactly.
Okay? So LQ is the intelligence of your heart. So if I'm going to sell you a car, and I've got a couple of vehicles I want to move on to. If I'm going to sell you a car, I know about the car, I know it's going to suit your whānau, And my LQ is my love quotient is he can afford it, he'll be right, this will last him for 5 years. It's not just about getting the dollar.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have to, a big part of the old way of thinking was, how am I going to affect my whānau, or is it just about me? And those are changes. And that's not some flash modern thing. We are revisiting the talents of our tupuna.
Tēnā koe.
Yeah.
And you touched on it, and I saw the busload of Ngāpuhi, Kaumatu and Kuia turn up earlier this morning, and that's what I saw. That's exactly what I saw, those cornerstones of what it means to be Māori. Kia tika, kia pono, kia aroha.
Yeah.
There's a
That's
combination
LQ,
of,
bro.
Yeah,
there's a
that's it.
combination of Qs going on there. You've got the L's, you've got the E's, and you've got the I's. And how about the MQ? The Māori emotion, the Māori intelligence. You know what I mean? Like, you know, getting mixed up with education
I like
to
it.
intelligence. I mean, it's the same from imagination to knowledge.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean? You
I
can't
don't
get
need an
that
education,
twisted.
I've got a phone.
Well, this is it. I don't need to go to the AGM. I got this. I'm going to live. And the cousins in the
But I
corner.
don't need to, I can find everything out of my phone. But I do need emotional intelligence. And I do need LQ, which is the intelligence of the heart.
It's a calming app.
So if you, but if you look at leadership, let's go to leadership. Ko peko mai ngā wahine. Ko tū mai ngā wahine. And what they bring to the table is compassion.
Yes.
No, and compassion isn't about
Hey.
being soft. It's about having. You can disagree with me, but I'll never talk to you again.
Hey, now, we're in Ngāpuhi, eh?
Yeah.
This conversation is Brindoo and down. Now, when it comes to the woman, oh gosh, who's wearing the taro? Hey, you know, when it comes to our women in Ngāpuhi, they are very, very strong. I feel aroha for the men.
That's the million-dollar
Ready to
question here in Ngāpuhi today. What is a leader in Ngāpuhi?
What is a leader? Who can govern our hui? Is it the introvert who knows a lot, who's
My dad
very
was a
loud?
leader.
Is it, you know?
And I tell you what the traits were.
Yes. What are the traits?
He behaved in a way that made you follow.
Oh,
You know,
yes.
and he didn't just talk it. You know, and a lot of ours, he behaved in a way. It was leadership by example.
Yes.
Okay, and that's only one layer of leadership, in my
Yes.
opinion. Eh?
It's, yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, but how did he hold that behaviour together? And remember, it's a learned behaviour when we talk about, you know, and you've got some hui who go in, ones who stand up and they just go in the reo. You've lost half the crowd.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Yeah,
you've got ones that go in and they just go in and they're thinking, you know, it might be in English, but their thinking is still, you know, we're talking about something commercial, resource consent management.
Yeah.
And yet they're still talking about aroha ki te tangata, aroha ki te moana, aroha ki te whenua. And there's a disturbia going
Yeah.
on in here. There's a confusion and a
Kia ora.
frustration
Yeah.
of both contexts. Both are respected, but we're not getting anywhere.
yeah. Every modern kaupapa, in
Yeah.
my opinion, has an ancient Maori application to it. See, the fashions change, but the
nice.
rules don't. So you can talk about health and safety on our marae, right? He whakaaro Māori e pāna ki tērā kaupapa.
Tēnā koe.
Tia ki tangata, e rā momo mea me.
Te whakaaro o te Māori, you know, does it always hinder us? Does it always give us a layer? You know, it films us, it puts a film over us when we put the, you know, because when you speak in te reo, there's a certain wairua to it. You can growl people in te reo and it's not as cutting
No.
as, unless you're growling in English. When you're growling in English, you know, certain wairua that goes to the reo and you cannot bastardize it.
Yeah.
Nor can you, you know, give
Yeah.
it the big F-U-C-K when that comes, you know,
Yeah.
like they do in English.
Yeah.
You know, more, we don't say the F-U-C-K, we say, you know, whakarongo.
That's right.
You know what I mean? But
Or you
can,
get the stick pointed.
you get the stick in it. You know, even when they're speaking in te reo Māori, especially with the old people, you hear ka rongo koe te tangi o te reo, te tangi o te tangata. You can hear the cry. They say very little, but you can hear it in there. So what happens? You pop up.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, nah, Nanny's hasn't got too long to live. Nah, we're going to get into this. We're going to make sure that that's done. But to get that idea across the line and to get that particular thing sorted before she dies, it's going to take these two heads in the governance to bring it through. But they don't agree because their papa said no back in the day. You see the problems that come through?
yeah.
We're all holding on to the inherited pain and the ideology behind it,
Yeah.
but we're also making sure that we go forth with what Papa said before he died. Nah, I've got to get this to the end. That is the problematic.
Do you think, guys, sometimes we're too scared to cut the cord?
We are.
Because sometimes we do have to cut the cord.
Always.
Not everything in our world is perfect. So that means not everything we should hang on to. Now, man, I'm going to get some,
No one's walking around with tuhua.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Sometimes we just got to go, we've carried this load, cut it loose, Star Trek.
And I think that's an extremely relevant comment to make here in Ngāpuhi in 2019.
Okay.
And we've arrived at a political place in our
I love when
history
you say we've arrived. Yes, we have.
that we need to cut our losses, fix where we are,
I like that.
and move forward.
Half a loaf of bread's better than none, cuss.
That's it. And it comes to that. It comes to that. Is the glass half full or half empty?
Yeah, I like that.
Even if it's not sliced.
But if we've got the expertise, say, and boy, this is... but I'm allowed to speak because I'm like the 125,000 other of my whānau. It's just that I'm here. Sometimes I think, this isn't ideal, but we've got the nous and the intelligence to take this and move our tribe forward. You know.
We have got the nous to move our tribe forward, but what does that look like? Again, it's really easy sitting here and having and planning it out and the idea. I think we all like the idea of that happening, but the minute we get in there, that energy is something else. So, the energy of your own phone, you're all souped up, you're all ready to go, you're warmed up, ready to get in that ring, and you get in there and you just forgot one glove.
Well, see, we don't need gloves. But the other thing too is if you create anything, sometimes the machine you create hinders the progress. It's like Parliament, right? So people go into Parliament and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. That machine bloody ingests them and spits them out the other end. Te Ao Māori can do that too.
This wharenui can do that. The Māori wharenui is exactly the same as that debating chamber down in Wellington.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
And you're right, Kehi.
You come out empty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you've hit the nail on the head twice when you're saying some of us are turning up to a gunfight with a knife, some are turning up to a knife fight with a gun.
Yeah.
Well, this is it.
And some of us are turning up wanting a fight. There's no fight to be had.
Exactly.
Leave your fight at home.
Exactly.
They've already come with that thinking, though.
Yeah.
The fact that they want to pick up where we left off, even if it got passed. Even if they move the motion on that, then they're like, no, we don't believe that that's right. We want to go back to it. How about those who bring things to the agenda on the spot?
Yeah.
How does that process work? If you want to go and put something onto the agenda, what does that look like? More than often, Māori don't know the structure of AGMs,
and it's too
so
hard.
they just bring it through. And how's this? Got to be approachable. Certain people in particulars in this governance, in this circle, need to be approachable. God, we'd be damned if we do, and damned if we don't. If we have someone who's not, unapproachable.
What do you mean? Sitting in top chairs, people need to be approachable and accessible?
Absolutely,
Yeah, I agree.
it's hard. How about you've got one whānau with their whole name, and they're all the secretary, the treasurer, and the da-da-da-da.
Oh, that doesn't happen. I'm being sarcastic.
And they've all got different names. That's because they're married, but they all come from the same root. And the thing is that particular whānau. They're not built for this kind of mahi. It's just that as far as the constitution goes in the charter, upon the marae and how it was built, if the constitution says your chairperson needs to be living at the home, well, guess what? Gosh, now we're left with those three. Who are we going to pick? And then you go and pick one of those three because they're living within the boundaries. That's the
But are they the best qualified?
No, they're not. They're not the best qualified. But guess what? They're like this little sweet ass coast, all through it. And you know what? It's like this,
I'm glad this isn't talk, man.
It's like, gosh, because are you the chair? Yeah, of course. When we were going out for a dive later, they were Yes, you are, my darling. So what happens is we up there in total because the next AGM, unless we do an SGM, which is a special general meeting where we can switch it up and change it, then that can be done. But until then, we've just got to work with it. So what happens? He holds the chair, knows nothing about it, but got two cousins on the side, and they, women, run it.
Calling the shots.
Actually, I just want to just for our people who are tuned in today, I just want to explain the atmosphere up here. It is beautiful up here. I drove up yesterday because I don't know why I drove up yesterday, but just driving out into this Mangakahia Valley just reminds me, as Ngāpui as Te Raroa, how lucky I am to be a member of this wider whānau and this whenua. Now, just to give you an idea, it's warm up here. It's probably about 22 degrees. We've got a light southerly blowing. No, it's a northwesterly, actually. And I can hear laughter. Wait for it. I can hear laughter and applause coming from the whare. So I'm going to hang on to that feeling. Because and hope that it continues. It's beautiful up here, bro.
Beautiful. And we were talking earlier about driving over the Brendugan Hills, and we've all done it. You know you're home when you see Manaia
Kia ora.
and Whangarei Te Ringa Parawa, the harbour.
Yeah.
I love it when I see the Manaias and I see the poor nights as well.
Yeah.
I love coming over that Brendugan. It's quite a spectacular shot. In fact. It's a point where you are home.
Yeah.
You know, when you come over that creeping, especially when it's blue sky, it's quite a magnificent
It's
look.
always blue sky up here, isn't it? Always blue sky.
That's
Yeah,
right,
sorry.
winterless north. But it is always there's a pleasurable feeling to it.
Yeah.
Why? Because we know pain.
Yeah.
We know gain as well. We've had losses, you know.
Yeah.
I just got a speeding ticket for going 2Ks over the
Because you were late.
thing, you know what I mean? Exactly. You know,
Yeah.
but I was early. You know what I mean? Late, hey.
But when
to
I
the job, early to the table. You know what I mean?
But when I talk about our beauty up here, again being Maori, when I go down the coast to our whānau down there or down to Taranaki, we immerse ourselves in that beauty. And just for our listeners to remind ourselves that we belong to something that's globally unique, eh? And it's not a matter of being hakahihi or bloody show off, it's a matter of actually recognising how lucky we are, really.
Yes, yes.
Definitely.
Yes, we are very, very lucky. You know, I think Māori in general, we're very lucky.
Oh, they're laughing in there.
Are they laughing?
Ko kata, ko kata, kata.
Okay. And,
Are we at the right place?
Now listen here, that laughing could be negative.
There's a difference between laughing at and laughing with.
Well, that's it, and I got a feeling there's an at. going on.
You guys are terrible.
You know what I mean? Like,
I know where
you're
your
like-
whakapapa's from.
Well,
You see,
you know.
we're pangaru, we're soft.
Oh, well, one
Gentle.
way in, no way out. You know, if you come where we are from Te Rāpiti, it's where the sun rises. But if you want to go where it sets, you go from Rāpiti to Rawini.
I was born there.
Rawini.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
In
you
the
go from
70s.
sunset.
Yeah, in the
I won't see you
70s.
till the afternoon.
Yeah.
But
Well, you don't
anyway-
arrive till then anyway.
No, but to everyone at home, we are coming to you live and direct here. The Streamline Hinga Mihi Kia Mangakahia Takiwa host and the Maungaroa Marae here in Poroti. Kotoko FM are also doing the live stream. Go and check us out. What else have we got, Ranita? I know you're just a coop at this.
Tika te kororo, and I think this is probably a great time for us to run through what we can expect from
sure.
today. Obviously, we're going to be cutting
We've got a
inside.
script, bro.
Lo and behold,
I'm out of here.
lo and behold, we're organised.
You're so good, Ranita.
Cutting inside to actually to the AGM. What can we expect? What can we expect inside?
I really don't know. That's why it's so exciting. It's a bit of a lucky dip.
You know, when people say what is an AGM, it certainly is the yearly meeting of a charitable trust. And people need to know this is a charitable trust.
Yeah.
It is, and every marae has a charter,
Yes.
and every marae is bound to a constitution
Kia ora.
under the land court, Māori Land Court.
Alright.
So if you have issues with the way that it's structured or the way that it's, laid out,
Yeah.
then you have to you have to go to the Māori Land Court. We have had this experience before, just for those of you at home that aren't too sure, you're a little bit upset perhaps, or you are happy about the structure of your of the AGM or of your elected trustee members, board members. Just know that, you have to go to the charter of how you've built it as a marae, but there's a constitution as well. If it says there, 2 hapu, 1 marae, 4 people from each hapu, and one of those 4 have to be the chairperson, well, so be it.
Pay.
But I just wanted to just chuck that
Yeah,
in.
yeah, yeah.
Kind of, a little bit weary. What do you do in an AGM? I'm just looking at my notes here. Well, you have the number A, you have the apologies. Of course, you have the minutes of the AGM. You
Previous.
have previous minutes of the AGM.
Yep.
You also have a chairman's report. Oh, the chairman's report.
Now, here we go.
What's happening
Here we go.
there?
Here we go.
Is it true of what they put down there? What about the things that aren't transparent? Not just in the report itself, but things that just aren't mentioned. They go on at the marae, but there's a secret little group that came through for 2 days, and you've got marae that have a set koha, and marae that just don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's little things that go on there, and are they mentioned in the chairman's report? Not too sure. The chief executive report.
I think, sorry to interrupt you, sister,
Go there.
I think, and I'm going to put it out there, that when it comes to transparency in Ngā Puhi, I think possibly our wider whānau are asking for a better job to be done.
Yeah.
And people have to ask, have we done a good job in that area?
Yeah.
And because I'm totally into transparency.
Oh,
You know, it's like it's
who's not?
yeah, wow. We're going to find out.
Yeah. I mean, who
And,
is not?
and it's
as
gone
transparent?
quiet in there, by the way. It's gone.
That's because that laugh was negative.
Is there such thing as a negative? Of course there are. You fell over.
You fell over. Yeah,
You
just think
suck.
that. Ah, he fell
Māori
over.
do that. We laugh at people's misfortune.
And is the key word.
Yeah, yeah.
with-
So we're going to be crossing into the whare. If the technical gods are on our side, or Atua in this case,
Well,
at 10:30.
we've got another 10 more minutes to go because we will be crossing over there at
Yeah.
10:30.
Yeah.
Cutting into things. So I mean, hey, gosh, the juices are flowing up in here. I just want to say for all of us that are here today, for the whole three of us, I think this is really brave of us to come through. Very courageous move as well. Considering we've all lived an urban and the rural life in one or two or three times of our life, but we are still down with, are we still down with the crown and in with the grin? My gosh.
I tell young Māori that my best qualification is being Māori. So if you don't know how to live as Māori, then you're not qualified to reach your full potential.
Kia ora.
Some of them have PhD, I've got a QBE. Qualified.
I've got a BRO.
My BRO.
Yeah, on the bro. but if we
Go and ask your DAD.
would you no, it doesn't matter.
Yes, no, I mean, it's, and are we picking the right people in terms of being, let's go there. We've only got like 10 minutes, but I'll tell you what, this will take up about 20, we won't go there.
We can come back.
How about the secretary and the treasurer of each, selected board, you know what I mean? The treasurer and the secretary, they've become the same person sometimes, saying, let's be transparent. So the treasurer, Ranira, how's the money bags in your corner? I mean,
Exactly.
who is dealing with the money? What about the auntie who takes off to Aussie to see her mokopuna?
Yep.
And those were the bricks that came in to the marae.
Are we good with
Those
money?
stories go on.
Are we good with
Are we
money?
good with money? Are marae good with money? What about uncle who needed a new piece for his tractor? Was an
Or,
uncle leave?
or what about auntie who turned up with a tummy tuck?
Tummy tuck.
and Key's laughing because she knows it's true.
Oh, gosh.
And so these are the things that
I'll
we
just go for a run now.
exactly. And so these are the
Tummy tuck.
and, the,
Half of a iwi.
and the,
Part of the strive.
these are the kinds of things that we need to discuss in our AGM. You know,
And we
that
shouldn't be laughing because that stuff really, I'm going to say, well, it pisses me off. And you've got, for me personally, whoever's looking after the money, I want to be the best looking after our pūtea.
Yeah.
And man, we've got all kids who are lawyers and accountants and stuff, and utilise this.
They're still Māori at the end of the day, eh?
That's
Doesn't
right.
matter how legit
And
you
they
are.
still whakapapa, and they don't have this emotional decision making process. They make black and white decisions around that pūtea.
Thank God we're
Because
hybrid.
it's
Thank
mine.
God we're hybrid.
Oh, well, I'm a flat white. I'm a
I'm a
cappuccino.
old black.
Can I just say there's one thing on this marae that teaches our young Māori academics the most. The one thing on this marae can be argued, yes, it's our kaumātua, yes, it's our kuia. The actual thing that teaches our young Māori academics who are heading away to Auckland, heading away to Hamilton, heading away to Wellington the most on the marae, a titau.
Yeah. The way of the
The
titau.
titau will
Humility.
teach you. That is it.
Tikana.
And when our young leaders are getting into these positions on our runanga,
Yeah.
that is what will carry them, that humility.
Yes, the humility. But when you've got all the tools, right? When you've got the nail, when you're hard looking, when you've got Papa's greenstone and Nanny's tea towel, gosh. When you've got all the tools and everything, you walk up in there with really big shoulders. And so you can kind of you've got the clevers as well. So they're going to take you on board. But you still don't know how to dig a hole. You know what I mean?
But that
There's things
actually,
that go on.
in the eyes of your hapu iwi, the ability to move from the light
Yeah.
to trot out as a show pony into the whare kai becomes one of your greatest qualifications. And they need to understand that, eh? Well, we need to understand
They are.
because I suck in the out the back. I'm hopeless because I say, why do you fellas buy riwai that you have to peel?
Oh, I love it. Only an entertainer, edutainer.
Edutainment.
Edutainment.
I said, get the
Oh
riwai.
my gosh, I love you.
Get the riwai that you just give it the old wahi pani wahi muku muku and put it in the honey.
Can I just say, edutainment is key. That's like on my profile for one of my
Okay.
social media platforms. Can I just say, edutainment is just Māori. If you say, what is Māori?
Exactly.
They're edutainment. You cannot entertain them without a little something satisfying the puki for them to take home.
You've
That's
got
what
to
they
put a
can
bit
learn
of
about
gravy on
themselves.
your on the meaty, eh? When you,
You've got
but
to.
the thing is,
I've
okay,
had it dry before.
yeah, we've had a word like edutainment, right? And I said earlier that every
We own that.
Yeah, we own that, but every modern thing has a Maori whakaaro to it. When you talk about edutainment, are you going to tell me that our whai kōrero people, our rangatira, weren't entertainers?
Tēnā koe.
And they would use that entertainment and that aroha. I've seen my father turn a whole whānau who've just lost their dad crying of tears. And all our kaumātua had that ability to use light and shade, to change a room, to change a whakaaro in a whare, to bring up kōrero of entertainment, and they can change a whole kaupapa, bro.
They can change the
that's
whole-
talent.
Yeah.
They can change an outcome of a hui
That's right.
by doing
That's
that.
what's needed.
Yeah.
You know, if
That's
it got sad,
intelligence.
if it got sad in there, we just chuck pio in at the end.
Yeah.
And all of
And
a
they'll look
sudden,
at me and they'll feel better about themselves.
They
That's a
look-
horrible thing to say.
They, you know what? Oh, they look at you and they feel, I know. But they look at you and look, sometimes we've just got to, you know, we've really got to sit on that block for them.
Yeah.
We've really got to do that sort of thing. You cannot get away from the beautiful satisfaction of kata. You
Well,
know,
he rongoa, he
it's
rongoa.
Kia ora.
rongoa.
Yeah.
It's certainly a rongoa from way back.
See, because I hear our people talk about pohara, right? No money, right? Well, I was brought up in a Māori Affairs home in West Auckland and we had no money. So we didn't know we were poor. But I tell you what,
Isn't that lovely?
I tell you what my parents had or didn't have. They didn't have a poverty of spirit.
Kia ora.
Now, our job and our marae, we need to re-inject. That's my father. I thought, oh, Dad really loves gardening because the whole bloody backyard was full of iwai, kumara,
He really loves
golden queen peaches. No, we had no money. So they didn't sit inside going, oh, woe's me.
But you didn't use the pressure. See, parents today, some of them go, we can't afford it, son. We can't afford
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
son. We get it in. No, you only get one. It's like, they're weak. That's what my parents would say.
Well, if
People
you're
are
out there,
weak.
if you're out there picking a riwai or picking peaches with your dad, that also transfers as a parenting tool. Being side by side with your old man or your mum.
You know how there was very little that was spoken and very little that was said or explained about. You had to work it all out.
That's right.
Now, you get explanation 101. There's like
That's
10
it.
Yeah, yeah,
explanations
yeah.
for the one thing, and now we're all confused.
Okay, so theoretically that could be a modern parenting concept. No, take it back again to our old people. So that whole thing about a poverty of spirit within our Māori community, personally, really concerns me. Because if you've got spirit, bro, you can bowl anything over cuz. And I'm scared of nothing, okay, because he Māori aho. And I know that's bordering on arrogant, and I don't want to be arrogant. I can do that and get paid for it. But being Māori really is the turbocharge that we have to move forward. But you've got to understand.
And I think that's what a lot of our leaders in that room today in our AGM will be looking to not have that poverty of spirit that we're talking about.
That's
So,
it.
so we can have the best outcome
That's
from
right.
Ngāpuhi heading into
Yeah.
2020.
Are they of that momo though? Is everybody coming? You know,
Should we go in there now?
You know, I'll tell you what.
Oh, no.
We
Shut
are,
up, Peel.
No. It's not a bad idea, Peel. We have
Yeah.
over there. I've got a feeling we have certainly exhausted some really good tools today and
Yeah.
some really good kōrero back and forth. But we have 2 minutes. Yes, we are going live with the apologies, and we will be back very, very soon. But just before we go, I mean, you know, we love the idea that we can fix this, but it's a combination of this generation, that generation, this idea, that idea, and the now and the then, and what's happening. And I think just because we're here live streaming, I've got a feeling they've put their best shoes on and put their best foot forward.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
because
yeah.
we're here.
Communicate,
We
eh?
will try to get to all of your marae one way or another, but this is certainly something quite special right across the board for every marae here in Aotearoa. I'm happy that Ngāpuhi's doing it first. But we're coming back to you live.
In about 45 minutes?
In about 45 minutes. So, Raniera, I think I'll throw to you, Peel, to throw to them.
You shouldn't have thrown to me. Nobody throws to me. But that's our kaupapa whānau. We're going to go straight into our whare and have a listen. We've been rabbiting on, but hopefully within, and here's your challenge, within the mud flat, there is jewellery in this kōrero. You know, there's so as you sort through our different opinions, actually we have agreed on quite a few things. We'll be back in about 45 minutes, which gives me time for a mimi. Kia ora.
Kia ora mai tātou. Fantastic.
Friday in Rhonda Roundtree. Friday in Rhonda Roundtree. Scotty Williams. Mana Uppingham.
Harold Wirata. Warina Muitara. Harold Wirata. Harold Wirata. Fraser Toy.
Keith Rihongi and Joe Martin.
Kia ora nā mai.
Arana Munro and Hannah Munro.
Hopi Ko mutu?
Poppy. P-O-P-R. P-O-P-R.
Kia ora.
Sophie and Dion Petty.
Tata te mutu? Okay. May we have a mover and a seconder, please? Kia ora Helen, kia ora Piripi. Oh, ko riro I wera tokorua. E whakae ana te whare? Ngā mea whakahi ana? Ka pai ko riro I tēra. Nā, ko haere iaia nei ki te ki ngā meneti. And if you turn to page 11, if you turn to page 11 of your little booklet, there are bullet points to remind you of what was in the minutes last year, what was discussed last year. Now, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Kia ora Janelle, and the seconder, kia ora Helen. Or actually, I'll go to Mary Jane. Kia ora Mary Jane. Rudolph. Oh, were you at the meeting last year in Whangarei? Oh, right. Oh, you were. Kia ora. Oh, kuriru mai ai. Whakae ana tātou? Ka hore? Ka pai, ko rere te haere o ngā kate. Nā te mea, any matters arising?
Tūkuna kia haere. Well, we're on to the chairman's report then. Kia ora, Lorraine.
Okay, tēnā koe ngā apuhi, kia ora whānau. Ko huru ki te maunga. Do you want me to use that? Anyway, ko huru ki te maunga, ko wairi ki te awa, ko ngā toki mata whaurua te waka, ko whakapara te marae, ko Ngāti Hau me Ngāti Hau, ngā hapu, ko Ngāpui te iwi, ko Horima, rawa ko Margaret Ann Oku Mātua, ko Lorraine Toki Ahau. So it is with pleasure that I'm standing here before you, not knowing that I was going to do Sonny's report, but that's okay. I'll just brush over it quite briefly from what I do recall. In his report, he talked a bit about his participation on behalf of Ngāpui in the Iwi Chairs Forum within housing under the Pautahua portfolio, if you like. And I think if we could, Mere, without going into too much detail, accept that this is Raniera's last report and take it as read. And if there are any queries or any questions from his report, I'm happy to take them in writing and respond later. Mere, as the chair, are you okay with that? Yeah? Ka pai. So I'll get on to my report. So today it's an absolute privilege to present this report and provide the context to the past 12 months, which has been productive for the Runanga Group and Ngāpuhi. And as a group, we remain committed to our vision and mission and to be of value, relevance and service to our people. Pretty much echoing what was said this morning. I'll touch briefly on our financial performance, highlights for the year, funding distributions, and we've got 3 scholarship recipients who are going to give us a wee update and a snapshot on how we've contributed to their journey thus far. Talk a little bit about our strategic plan for the past 5 years and moving forward, what that looks like for us. First though, I'd like to, my screen keeps jumping, excuse me, just remind us what makes it okay for us to stand here today. I did this last year as well, and it's the trustee that makes provision to lead the spiritual, cultural, social and economic growth of Ngāpuhi, to receive, hold, manage and administer the trust fund for every charitable purpose benefiting Ngāpuhi, whether it relates to the relief of poverty, the advancement of education or religion, or any other matter beneficial to the community of Ngāpuhi and all the members of Ngāpuhi, irrespective of where those members reside. So the Runanga is accountable to Ngāpuhi, and that's what we're doing today. And we're guided by the principles and powers embodied in the trust deed to receive, hold, manage and administer the trust fund for every charitable purpose. We have a vision, kia tūtika ai te wharetapu o Ngāpuhi, and it's timeless. And I want to acknowledge those people in the past who drafted this trust deed. And yes, we're making amendments to it to bring it up to date, fit for purpose, but there are some things that are solid in there. Our mission, to lead the spiritual, social, cultural, environmental and economic growth of Ngāpuhi by ensuring the self-determination and ongoing sustainability of our people. That's achievable, but not on our own. And we have our governance. These people sitting here are responsible for exercising the strategic governance over our subsidiaries. I want to touch on our financial performance, and I'm pleased to report that the Ngāpuhi Runanga Group, our Runanga Group, inclusive of our subsidiaries, have performed positively for the financial year ended 30 June 2019. Our Runanga Group surplus for the year is 2.1 mil, an increase of 149k. Our Runanga Group net assets have increased to 59.97 mil compared to last year, which was 57.88 mil. I'm pleased to advise that we have received an unqualified audit. Later on, when we have our financial report, Angela Edwards, our BDO auditor, will provide a fuller report on those matters. What I do want to say though, we have no debt, We haven't asked the government to bail us out, and our due diligence enables us to make sound decisions. Staying with having a productive year, one of the things when I started last year, I made a commitment to ensuring we bring our younger people, more of our younger people, involve more of our younger people in what we do. And I'm standing true to that. It's not an easy ask because there's a lot of our younger people out there who all want to be involved, and I thank them for that, but measured steps. You'll also notice that we're starting to promote our Kākahu brand, and we're starting to do that worldwide. We've had a number of massive hits just in the last couple of months by going out into that international arena. We've also come to the end of our 5-year strategy, 2014-2019, and we've launched our next 5-year strategy, and it's about maximising collective gains and being a centre of excellence. The centre of excellence is not about us as a Runanga group, it's us as Ngāpuhi. Staying with the highlights, this time last year we signed a strategic partnership agreement with Oranga Tamariki, and it replaced the Memorandum of Understanding with MSD. It took some time, whānau, to get that done, and it is a couple of pages, like 10 pages more than the MOU, because we've included Te Tiriti o Waitangi in there. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the basis by which we engage. There's no compromise, so there's a little bit of a tussle that goes on now and then when we're working with our government agencies, but it's the best place for us to start. The partnership has enabled some strategic discussions to happen, and it's also enabled some important mahi contracts, if you like, through Te Hauora o Ngāpuhi and Ngāpuhi Iwi Social Services, which I hope Te Ropu and Peter Thomas will comment on later. In the meantime, though, we've engaged with Oranga Tamariki on a co-design project about recruiting and retaining whānau caregivers, our whānau caregivers, not the government's whānau caregivers, our whānau caregivers. And that's been a huge challenge because our needs are quite different to what the government thinks. So when our whānau put their hand up to be caregivers, they're putting their hand up for us to support them as well, so they can actually support those children that they take into care. We've also, I landed in a good place when I started. There were 3 strategies that had already been developed. Our Ngāpuhi Te Reo strategy, our education strategy, and Piki Tū Rangitia, our arts strategy. I honestly landed in a good place. Now those strategies are starting to be delivered out into the community. They're not for us to hold within the Runanga, they're for us to go out there and start advocating, influencing and engaging with our Ngāpuhi whānau, with our hapu and with our marae. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. Whoops. We continue to support our whānau to achieve their goals, and in the year under report, we granted $80,000 towards hapu development and minor capital works. We distributed $96,000 on education scholarships. 18 Ngāpuhi students were awarded these scholarships. We had 70 last year. Of those 80, 49 were undergraduate, bachelor and honours, 5 were masters and 4 doctorate PhDs. Interestingly, the popular study subjects for our Ngāpuhi whānau are arts, health, social, medicine and law. However, we're reliant, just lost my page, bear with me. I'm a bit nervous. I'm more nervous this year than I was last year. And last year we had protesters. Didn't we, Carol? Times change. Just saying. Okay. So we're reliant on our registered members making application for these funds. We can only consider and support what we receive. When I started, I talked about it. We've got three three tamariki, I'll call them, who have benefited from our scholarships or some of our funding. And I'd like to invite Awatea Kaki, Jordan Moon and Eri Hapati Edwards to come forward and just give us a snapshot of their experiences through our contribution and support, please.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Ki hai au I whiwhi I tētahi karahipi engari. E mahi au ki te taha I te runanga iwi o ngā hui. Ko te mea tuatahi kia whai koronia kia ihoa o ngā mano, tuawiri whai oio, ki tonu I tarangi me te whenua I te nui o tōna koronia tanga matua, tama wainua tapu me ngā nehera pono, ko te māngai te kaitautuko mai mai ane akane ai. Tōrua ki ngā mate pauhi atu rā ki te pō, moe mai, a haere, haere mai haere. Hoki mai ngā harangi kōrero kia tātou kua huri mai nei, I raro I te tuanui o tō tātou nei whare a marangaro, tēnā koutou e moku, kaumātua koea, rangatira, karangatanga maha, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnei te reo o tētahi kai tamariki o ngā puhi e mihi kaumātua mana kia koutou. Ko wai au. Oh, me hai tonu. Ko wai au. Ko Awatea Kake tōku ingoa. E kuraina au ki te kura kaupapa Māori o te rāwhitiroa. Ko au te amo kura tāne mo tēnei tau, te taurua mano te kaumāinga. I tupu mai au I roto I rango I ngā akoranga o tōku hāhi aro hoki ara ko te hāhi rātana. Ko Noema Kake, rao ko Mario Kake moku krani a hoku mātua. Ki tōku taha puhi patukura. Ko Amy Te Rere Kake, ko Richard Kake, rātau ko Pat Nepia moku krani mātua. Ara ko Ngāti Te Rino, Ngāti Hau, Ngāti Ngā Here Te Kauimua, me te whiu ngā hapu, ko ngā puhi nui tonu te iwi. Ki tōku taha puhi mā reikura, ko Rosa Moon, rawa ko Pani Moon moku krani mātua, nā ko Ngāti Te Rino, Ngāti Pūia, me Ngāti Tautahi, ngai tū ngā hapu, ko ngā puhi nui tonu te iwi. Hea hai kei konei au. Kei konei au ki te kōrero kia koutou e pāna ki Wokunei Hakaro me taku tirohanga he hunga taitamariki o mga kāhia o tira o ngā puhi nui tonu. Nōku te maringa nui e mahi ana au ki te taha o te runanga aiwi o ngā puhi. Hei momo wheakoranga mōku nā taku hiahia kia mahi au ki roto I te runanga I ngā tauheke mai ana. Nō reira ko te tumanako e te whaia e mere e whaara rei, me he mea e wāte ana te tahi tūranga ki roto I te ringa, tēnā kua, homai ki au. Te maha o ngā mahi tutuki hea e au ki roto I te runanga, hei kai hapa I te reo, hei kai awhina I ngā kai mahi ki te runanga, o tira he momo tono o ngā kaumātua me ngā kuia mohoke. Ko tētahi o aku tino painga I te wai mahi ana au ki te runanga ko tōku mahinga ki te Māori Sports Awards me te pai o tamātou hakaritenga I tērā o ngā kaupapa nui haka hirahira. Ka tika me mihi au ki woku whaia keke kia Auntie Aroha rawa ko Auntie Shirley Ann me tā rawa manoa nui mai ki tēnei hōhā rawa atu o te poenei. Ki tōku tuahine anō hoki kia Sophia, o tira kia koe e whaia rei I hakai koutou o te runanga kia taia e au te haumai ki roto ki te whaia koranga mōku nā tēnei ka mihi kia tu kia koutou. Nā ko tai au, ko ngā whainga. Ko ngā whainga ki au nei o te runanga. Ka taia i te wā kei reira au, ka taia au te rongo i te hakawhanaungatanga ki Waimanui ngā tangata katoa o tira i te aroha te manaakitanga me te whaiwhakaarotanga ki ngā kaumātua me ngā kuia anō hoki. Me pēnei te kōrero i haere tauira atu au ka puta ahua tuhunga mai. Nā ka tae ahau ki te tino ngako o tōku kaupapa kōrero o tēnei rā, ko oku wawata mo ngā puhi mo ngā rā kitua. Ko tētahi o oku wawata e hiri ana au, te kite iwa tātou marae e kake ana, e hara i roto i te moni ana he mohi ana tātou he pohara te katoa o tātou he oi. I ki roto i ngā mahinga mo te whai kōrero i runga i ngā taumata, mo ngā kaikaranga anō hoki, nā waimari e me waiho mā tētahi kamahi ki runga i te marae. Engari, ki tōku hakapai me taia ngā tāngata katoa hei tū, hei kai kōrero, hei kai karanga, hei kai waiata i runga i mā tātou marae o ngā puhi. Ko tētahi atu wawata oku, kia haka tū e te poari o tira te runanga pea i tētahi ropu tai tamariki, ka taia te iwi te rongo i ngā nawe o tira o ngā tai tamariki, kia haka tau i wetahi raruraru e pāna kia tātou o ngā puhi. O tira, he momo succession planning me ki. Kia taia te ako i ngā mahinga o te runanga, a tai atu ki te wā, ka kaumātua haere mātou pērā i a koutou. Kia mohi o ngā nekehanga i a mātou me ngā mahinga ki roto i te runanga, ka taia te whai ki roto i mō koutou tapuara. Nā ko tētahi o oku tino hiahia me te mea nui ki au, kia haka kotahi a ngā puhi i a tātou anō. Mā te kotahitanga, ka taia tātou te eke ki taumata ke, i roto i ngā mahinga e mahite ana e te iwi. Mā whero ngā pango ka oti ai te mahi. Me hoki atu au ki ngā kōrero o tō tātou tūpuna whaia a huaiti ki a uenuku. Arumia te awo mga kāhia, kia rongo rāno koe i te wai tote, a ka tai atu koe ki tō pāpā. Tēnei au e arumia ana i ngā wai tapu o tō kuawa o mga kāhia, i roto i ngā tapu ai o tō tātou tūpuna a uenuku, ki te rapu i te mātauranga, me te oranga, mo tōku hapu, nā, mo tō tātou nei iwi. Kei roto i te kapu o ngā ringa o te hunga tai tamariki, te apōpōtanga o ngā puhi. Nā reira, me waiho me nei kōrero, hei hakaarotanga mo tātou i te rangi nei, tēnā koutou, kia tūtika ai te whare tapu o ngā puhi.
Is it on? Oh. Are you ready? I don't even. Is this on?
Is it green?
It's green. It's green. So it's green. Check. Okay, if you can hear me, Jordan, Eddie Hapati. So I want to invite Eddie Hapati Edwards to come forward and to present her experiences and contribution, or from the contributions we've made to her journey. Kia ora, Eddie. No, I can't get it going.
Kia ora te iwi, kia ora te whānau, ko Eddie Hapati Edwards tōku ingoa. It's great to be back in Te Paitokiro. I grew up in Whangarei and whakapapa to Ngāpuhi through my koro George Baker, Ngāwha and Te Ti. So yeah, really awesome to be here. Kia ora. So I was really fortunate a couple of months ago to receive a very generous scholarship from Ngāpuhi to go to Medellin, Colombia. And I guess the first question on everyone's minds is, why would you go to there? And so, yeah, this presentation is a little bit about that. A little bit about me, as I said, grew up here in Whangarei. I'm 20 years old. I went to both the University of Victoria and the University of Auckland to study a Bachelor of Laws, and then I changed it to a which sort of brought me to get interested in, hiding a Sir Colombia in the first place. At the moment, I work at Deloitte in Rotorua, and I've been to Colombia 2 times. So the first time I received the Prime Minister's Scholarship to Latin America, which was really, really awesome. I got to spend 3 months over in Medellin. And then I came back to New Zealand, went back to university, and then there was an opportunity to apply to the LATAM Impact Program, which is what this slideshow is about. So bienvenido a Medellin, Colombia. Welcome to Medellin, Colombia. So basically, I wanted to start this off with the term innovative cities is usually associated to cities like Tokyo, New York, Silicon Valley, but the newest innovative city is actually Medellin, Colombia. So the really interesting thing about Medellin is that it used to be associated to, I guess, the narco-terrorism of the 1950s to the 1980s. And I think it was 20 years ago, nobody could go to Medellin. It was far too dangerous. And so what has happened is within the last few decades, Medellin has transitioned from the scary city that no one's really allowed to go into to one of the safest cities in Latin America. And not only that, but the World Economic Forum recently made it the innovation capital of Latin America. So basically, in the program, we're invited to go and participate in a bunch of programs and interact with a lot of people and see how the city was able to make that transition in the first place. So as I said, in the past few decades, it was associated to really troubling things like a lot of homicide rates, a lot of drug trafficking and things like that. But essentially what happened was, within the last decade, it was governance that really took it upon themselves to change Medellin into what it was, into what it is now. So a few ways that they did that was by connecting the poor to the city and making education a right to everybody. So there's public libraries everywhere. In one of the slides you'll see soon, there's a place called Comuna 13. And in Comuna 13, Comuna 13, it used to be the most dangerous place in the world 20 years ago. And you'll see in a few slides how they really changed that. But one of the most impressive things about Medellin is that it went from, as dangerous as it was, to just this innovative entrepreneurial hub that attracts a lot of tourists every single year. So here are some of the highlights of the Haidinga. Okay, yeah, so this is Comuna 13. So if you can see in the bottom left, it's not the most glamorous of places, but essentially what happened was 20 years ago, there were a lot of people that came there, they had no help from the government, it was really dangerous. There were a lot of paramilitaries there, a lot of guerrilla warfare going on. And what it is now is that it's one of the safest places to go during the daytime. So all of us on our trip, we went there, we got to interact with locals, there's a lot of dancing and a lot of really fun activities. I guess we visited Comuna 13, we visited Bancolombia. Bancolombia is currently the 4th most sustainable bank in the world. And we visited Rutaene, which is also another huge entrepreneurial point in this city. And so, if we were to talk about a little bit more about the program focused on things like challenges such as preventative health, public sanitation, clean energy, the future of work, affordable housing, sustainability, and agriculture. We were instructed by teachers or professors from Stanford University, Harvard University, Princeton University, and also a few other institutions, so like local institutions. And basically we were asked to come together and mastermind a lot of solutions, which was really, really cool. And just talking about how it went from one of the poorest countries in Latin America to the innovation hub it is today. All of these topics really enabled us to think about how we can go forth into the future and extend it on a global level. a lot of writing. I'll break that up. So basically, things like the Prime Minister's Scholarship to Latin America really exist so that we can get our tamariki out there into the international stage. So it's about facilitating those stronger economic, social and environmental links, making partnerships so that we can kind of, boost our international image, our international connections. And overall, the LATAM Impact Program just really, united a bunch of really keen kids together to work on a lot of 21st century issues that we have now. So, climate change, that's a big, challenge, financial literacy, all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, if it wasn't for the contribution of Ngāpuhi, I definitely wouldn't have been able to go. And yeah, I think it's really, really important to acknowledge that the work that the Runanga and the iwi do for us. I'm only one representative of that, so yeah, it's really, really awesome to be a recipient of that. Yeah, so talked a little bit about that, some of the institutions that we visited, Comuna Trece, Rutayane, and Bancolombia. Yeah, so another thing that was really awesome was actually getting to, experience the culture. Colombia is of course, very different to anything we can experience in New Zealand. And also one thing I want to note is that if there's any tamariki or any parents that think, oh, that'd be really cool for my kid, please come up to me afterwards. I'm more than happy to have a kōrero to you about that. And yeah, so basically, in conclusion, the LATAM Impact Program, our Haerenga to Colombia will stay with us forever. And it's always going to remind us that revolution and reinvention is always possible through collaboration, dedication, and determination. So, yeah, kia ora.
Mary and I having our own AGM. Thank you, Jordan. Do we have anything from... Oh, sorry, Iri. Sorry, Iri. Do we have anything from Jordan? And...
Earlier this year, we were lucky enough to, through our connections with Vishay Kasuwai, who works at NADAB Community Trust in Auckland, to select a young person to attend the Nexus Global Youth Summit, which is basically a summit that's held in the UN headquarters in New York for pretty much 5% most richest people in the world. They're all philanthropic organisations that meet here. The Nexus Global organisation, I guess people are looking at setting up an Australasian branch. And Shane had gone out with one of her, when she does her, if anyone knows Shane, she does some really amazing work, but she was on stage at the National Philanthropic Conference, really putting it out there that our Indigenous young people, our young people from our iwi really need the opportunity to get out there. And lo and behold, she managed to secure, I think, 4 seats. And we were lucky enough to grab one of those. So we selected Jordan Moon. She'll introduce Jordan here. She's done amazing work across Hautupiro. She has worked in the innovative space. If anyone knows that innovative space, Jordan has worked in there. She's part of the Common Ground Fitness crew. She now works at Mahitahi Kaura, and I'll get Jordan to speak for herself. Hilda.
So we're just going to be very flash.
Koutou, ko Jordan Muna Ho, no Ngāti Whakeeke, Ngāti Tautahi, Ngāti Kawa, me Ngāti Rahiri o Kuhapu. I was given the opportunity to represent Ngāpuhi over at the Nexus Global Summit earlier on this year in New York in July. This kaupapa was a very humbling experience. It was a space to share and receive mātauranga on social impact, consciousness, social change, climate, kōrero, a lot around Manaaki Papasuanuku, change making, scaling impact, whānau legacy and Indigenous impact. A lot of great kōrero, phenomenal speakers and amazing connection. One take home point was around empowerment of women and putting female empowerment at the centre of our strategies have the greatest traction to our community development. Unfortunately, I have to give my apologies not being able to attend the AGM today. However, I have put together a little clip, a little montage of the summit as well as the trip over in New York. So I hope you enjoy. I will be uploading some videos for you to check out this week along our haerenga to the Global Summit focusing on social innovation and entrepreneurship, next gen investors and philanthropy. So come along, hope you enjoy our haerenga and look forward to sharing it with you. Made it the first day of the summit, well actually the first afternoon, the opening ceremony. We've got our Nexus Summit ticket here and we're here at the UN. Look at that, in the building. Covering quite a significant amount of wall. Here in New York, we're at our second venue called The New School, seeing what your passion is and how you can help each other. So that has been the overall kaupapa of yesterday, with workshops in between. So today we have a couple of Indigenous workshops that we're going to go check out and see what they're all about and see what other connections that we can make, and yeah, have a great time.
Deficit data. We have some positive data out there. We have some good stories to tell. Remaining committed to involving our tautaruki. and extending our communications reach. Whānau, we haven't been good at that, but we're improving that. And the younger our staff get, the better our comms are, I have to say. Our staff of one. But it does include our kaumātua kuia, Tai Tamariki, our hapu, marae and whānau, and as well as our urban whānau. It's a dual approach, this strategy. It's about the individual as much as it is about the collective. It's about nurturing our whenua, enabling employment, investing back into our communities. When I talk about dual approach, it's about wellness and economics. So the wellness is around our whānau, housing, food, ownership, whenua, access, investment, protection, and alignment, productivity. What can we do? And I'm hoping Te Rōpū gets a chance to come up and talk to some of those projects that she's initiating in Kaipuhi. It's quite exciting, Te Rōpū. When we look at the economics of it, or the economic development side of it, it's assessing and investing and operating. And when we look at the end product, it's a true value assessment. It all sounds all high up in the air type jargon talk, but if you come back and just get in and do it, with our support, with your support, we'll have a really good outcome for Ngāpuhi and for yourselves, individually and collectively, I suggest. Relationships. So when I first started, there weren't that many entities that wanted to work with us. I'm just going to name a couple that have come on board. Leadership New Zealand, Victoria University, who I think were there before I started, and Spirit of New Zealand Trust. Now, the point of mentioning those, their focus is on our young people. Their focus is investing in our young people, which is more important for us and a priority for us. And we continue to work alongside our community volunteer groups, supporting in whatever way we can. And I'm not talking about funding, I'm talking about making our facilities available in Kaipuhi, perhaps providing our kaimahi to help them out when they're doing a store or something, providing some shelter with our pop-up tent, I think it is, we've got. Importantly though, in Kaipuhi, and I've never seen this before, but in this past winter, we've had more homeless people present to our office, and it's been really sad. And if I may, I will just share a little story. So a father had left Auckland, sold up everything, he had a job, and it was up north. When he got up north with his son, the job had fallen through. So he couldn't go back. In his mind, in his view, he couldn't go back. It was still summer, so it was okay. It was okay to kind of stay in his car. But as it was getting a bit colder, his son was getting sick. And anyway, he turned up at our doors quite late in the day, and we asked, why didn't you go to the agencies and, you know, this and that? And he didn't, because he didn't want them to take his son off him. He wasn't abusing his son, but that's the reality of the situation he was in. And I'm just giving you an example of what's confronting us now. Another one is we've had a lady during the year, I think the agencies are fed up with her, but anyway, that aside, she's homeless and she's sleeping on our deck. And she's, you know, she's got carrying her bag around in a New World trolley. Her gear, and it was New World. But the point is, we've never had that before. We've never had our whānau homeless coming, and they're Mapain, they're Ngāpuhi. They're Ngāpuhi, and they deserve a break. For whatever reason, they've had hard times. Yeah, that was, I just thought I'd share with you that experience, and I think it's going to get worse in the next winter as well. Anyway, I want to say that I'm buoyed with the confidence of responsibility we're entrusted with on behalf of Ngāpuhi. And with change, and there has been some changes, with change comes opportunities for new conversations, programs, initiatives, and exploring new partnerships. There's silver linings in everything that we do. Our future is your future, and we're committed to Ngāpuhi everywhere. We don't need permission to move forward. We can do this together and I'd like to see us together change our landscape. Now, hang on, I'm just going to... So, I want to acknowledge our staff, our kaimahi, in all of our subsidiaries. Te Hauro o Ngāpuhi, Ngāpuhi Iwi Social Services, our Runanga Office and Ngāpuhi Asset Holding Company. I want to acknowledge them in the mahi that they do. I want to acknowledge our board. There's a few things going on there, but they'll get it sorted, and let's leave them to get it sorted. And I want to acknowledge our kaumātua and kuia. I never mentioned them, but I'm just going to give a wee snapshot. They had a most successful haerenga of maunga within Te Wharetapu Ngāpuhi, and they took with them some of our tamariki from Northern College, Kaikoura Intermediate, and Te Kura Kaupapa, Māori or Kaikohi. I think that's what it is. Now, that was over a week. They lived together, if you like. When they started off, they were in our boardroom, kaumātua and kuia, and these young kids, about 10, 12, very noisy, just wanted to get on the bus and get going. But what you knew is, despite that, when they get a bit older, they're going to remember that. They're going to remember, oh yeah, we did this in the room, and this fella did this, and Sid Toe came in and said something and wowed us all. I'm making that up. But do you see what I mean? It's an experience for them. And we're going to have more of those. There are other schools that want to be involved, and we're going to reach out to them as well. I do want to end on that note. I want to thank you for indulging me while I provide my report back, Madam Chair. I'd like to say that if someone could move and second my report, please. Ka pai, kia ora.
Before we go any further, can we have a second mover and a seconder? Kia ora Hone Sadler and Auntie Jane Few. Madam Secretary, can you give that to someone else, please? Can someone else?
We need a medic.
Can we have 2 more medics to the front, please? Anyone with medical knowledge, come to the front.
Yeah.
In the meantime, let's sing a song. Toro mai toringa kia hariru tia toringa ya pipo. Needs to be taken out.
Ambulance. Are we getting one?
We're going to table the chair's report and accept it.
Do we need another one? One more song. No, one more song to get her out. One more. Go. Start it. O maungaro mo.
Oh,
ngā puhi. Hoeno, tuku nā te tō tātou whaia ki roto I ngā ringa o te atua, mana tātou e manaki ngā poa katoa. So can I just have, I'll just say again that the mover was Hone Sadler and the seconder was Jane Few for the CEO's report. Are we all in agreement? Aye. Against? Kia ora, unanimous, carried. And just to go back to the chairperson's report, Teihua, that the chairperson's report as tabled be accepted. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Ko Waitera, you need to put, oh, kia ora Nora. Nora Rameka moves. Can I have a seconder, please? Kia ora Tina Barclay. Are we all in agreement? Aye. Kahore o ka hara mai tātou. Ana, ko wātea iaia nei mo te pātai. Pardon? Oh, kia ora. Claire Morgan abstains. Ai, pātai mai. E toru ngā pātai I runga I te pepa nei. E toru ngā pātai e āhei ana kia tukuna mai.
Kia ora tātou, he ko Peter Thomas tōku ingoa. Mena kāre koe I rongo tāku nei ingoa. Engari he wahanga I nāi nei mō ngā pātai. Mena he pātai wau. Ka hoa tu te mikara whoni wēnei tōrua Taryn, can you email Toringa Kirunga, Toringa Kiraro, Toringa Kirunga, Toringa Kiraro, ka pai. Koia te tangata hei hoa tu te mikara whoni kia koe. Ko koe tērā Rebecca, Toringa Kirunga, Toringa Kiraro. Mena he pātai wau, hoa tu he pepa, me tō pātai barunga pepa ki aia. Ka pai? He reo wiwi, he reo hainamana. Ka pai, haere tōku. Okay, whaia. Tutu mai. Ka ware me pānuitia tō ingoa, tuatahi. Ka pai, I rungo au tō pātai, engari I mātua kia Lorraine mena ka taia tua hau te whakautu tō pātai te mea kua hau tētahi o ngā tangata mahi ana ki roto ngā Puhiwi Social Services. Ai, ka pai. So her pātai people, of course, if those who are not learned with the mother tongue, of course, is why is there limited social services in the Whangarei area, in schools in particular? Schools, offices. Aye, okay. We've got a limited team in the Whangarei area. As you're aware, when it comes to money, putia is the bottom line. Our intent from Ngā Puhiwi Social Services is to continue to create environments that are caring, nurturing, and young people are connected. The majority of our services are based in Kaikohe. As per Ngā Puhiwi Social Services, we do deliver social workers in schools in Whangarei, truancy services, and some limited social work services. Our hours are infrequent there. Increasing.
E tātou manau mai hoki mai ki te tepu e ata wherawherahi ai ko ngā kōrero I puta I roti tā tātou hui a tau mo te runa ngā iwi o ngā puhi mo tēnei te tau 2019. Te kau mā iwa, welcome back where we're going to dissect and tear apart some of the kōrero that's come out in our AGM, in our whare here at Maungarongo Marae. Pio, we saw some of the young faces, some of the emerging leaders of Ngāpuhi come through, the likes of Awatea Kake, the likes of Hapeti Edwards and the likes of Jordan Moon. What's your take? You had some really interesting comments about seeing these young faces, this young emerging leadership of Ngāpuhi coming through. What's your take on that?
I think it's the secret, actually. I think it really is the secret, but, there's no buts. But I'm also interested in what's the positive byproduct from investing in these kids. Yep. I think there's many positives, from leadership to experience to these young people developing dreams, and dreams can be contagious. So the fact that Ngāpuhi whānau are supporting these kids to explore the world globally. I heard one of our kōtiro talk about, global warming is a huge issue. Looking at indigenous peoples, starting off their own banking community and stuff like that. So that stuff's really cool. But I still have to ask the question, is it a good investment? Is it a good return on the investment? And I think it will be, but you can't just ignore that question.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers here. $96,500 given out by Te Runa Ngāiwi o Ngāpuhi in the last financial year. Is that enough?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it's not.
Nah.
Ki, your thoughts?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy for us to say, but in an ideal world, investing in succession has got to be, top of the pile, eh?
It has to be. Our worlds are all different now. We are dealing with, we are still the same people, just with a little bit more colour and a little bit more Wi-Fi, I would say. However, I think it's important that we, you can watch the energy in the room and you can watch the old people just look up with the gaze of hope for this generation. And the way that they stargaze at it is almost like the way that they process everything they used to do in their life. I was told, if you're going to live life, if you go the easy way, it's the wrong way. If you go the hard way, it is the right way. So there's different kinds of thinking. Plus, the rangatahi today are so much more equipped in their minds, when it comes to these thingamajigs here, as opposed to old people. Their thinking is going not the long way, but yes. So it's important to be transparent like that. Is the trust there? Even though the hope is there.
Trust for our tamariki?
The trust for our tamariki, that they can continue on this legacy. And more than often you're working with tamariki o rangatahi who, one, have the reo or not. Is that an issue?
I think we've got to bring our rangatahi, our younger ones, through into the system so they can prove themselves.
That's it.
Yeah, and we don't have a massive clean out, but the ability, that person's really good at PR.
Yes.
At technology, this person's got a degree in Māori history. Well, no mai hara mai, and all those sorts of things.
Even when we put the right people in the right places, is it going to fix the problematic that still seems to exist and remain within the marae? Like, you've got a Clevers that comes along, a young man who's 23 years old, he has a girlfriend and they both went to varsity, and she is Pākehā, but she's more Māori than him. Hang on. And then, and she encourages him back to, and she's also a big part to it too, because behind every good man is a good woman, and that kind of a saying goes on. So what is his is hers. And they grow to understand the stories that go with it of the nanny and papa, and she's got a lot on her back now, but with that he's still got the Clevers. But we're still back in 95. In 2019, we're still going back in 95 kōrero, trying to fix up stuff when he was only just a little dot.
Yeah, it's got to change.
So how do we encourage and enthuse those rangatahi to stay where they are to help govern the marae?
Yeah, I just want to touch on something the CEO of the Runanga, Lorraine Toki, touched on. Ngāpuhi has just ratified the 25-year Ngāpuhi Cultural and Arts Strategy, Piki Tū Rangitia. I'm just reading it here.
Yeah.
How important is that in getting our kids involved and engaged? We all know, Kihi, you're at nearly every single kapahaka competition in the north.
Goodness, am I?
You know our kids are kapahaka crazy.
Yes.
How important is that kapahaka vehicle to getting our kids back and engaged and involved in what's going on our marae?
different tempo, different pace. Peel?
Is it?
Well, you've got melodic feel on the stage. Kapahaka comes with a melody, it comes with a sound, it's exciting. For all generations, we love it, yeah? When it comes to this melody in the whare with AGM, my gosh, someone harmonise.
Monotonous.
It is monotonous. I think, gosh, since 1840 it's been monotonous. We can go back to Te Hōtete and Ngare Raumati, 1610, Marianne Dupres. But yes, no, we can toss and turn with all of that.
She's my tupuna, you know.
She's mine too.
No.
Coming through.
Hey,
You're good.
I think Kapahaka's a saviour in a lot of ways. You know, people who invest so much time and energy in Kapahaka, you can't help but be Māori, feel Māori, and the benefits of that are being comfortable in this zone, even though, because the AGM's only one part of Māori life, and not everything's fantastic and entertaining, Cuzzy, and you know, there's a whole lot of other stuff as well, but if it gets them home, if it gets them within a Māori world, that's us.
Just to wrap us up, we've got 2 minutes before we head back inside. Final comments on the opening statements from the leadership within the Runanga. We've just heard the CEO, Lorraine Toki, and some of our young guns, some of tomorrow's leadership. I just heard a fact come out that the median age of Ngāpuhi right now is 22.
Wow.
25.
Has it gone up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the premiums. But
that's very young.
I think as far as Lorraine's concerned, she's focusing on whakapapa, new blood coming through, what they're able to bring, nurturing progressive development in a Māori world, but with the taonga of a Pākehā world, and I love that.
Absolutely. And one key thing that was mentioned, which needs to be certainly stable there, is that it is about partnership and not stakeholders.
Ah, we'll come back to that, because that's a biggie. Yeah.
But just keep that in mind, people, as we cross over to the floor, that this is what it is and why we shall see.
Ka pai.
Nō reira hoki mai tātou ki te tepu a ko ake nei. Good luck, but we're at the moment.
Disadvantaged demographically or by populace. Yeah? The statistics for Ngāpuhi, the majority of Ngāpuhi is in South Auckland. As I understand it, 65%, I stand corrected, 35% from Pukekohe to Manukau. In South Auckland, I'm also on the Takiwata South Auckland. What my question to
Kei kona ia.
Is there a strategic plan in terms of, or not strategic, we all understand the privacy rules in terms of registrations. How much of those in South Auckland, I'm coming from an urban point of view, are registered?
Okay, so what we can do is give you the numbers, not the names. We can give you the numbers, not the names.
No, that's fine. Yeah, because
there's the same question Tasha's asking.
Yeah, because there's a gap. I think there's a gap, isn't it? But that's all I wanted to know. Was I think it's thank you.
Urban people went to one city, made a big trade, and they became iwi. Now we can run it before they have our flavor. Nothing saying rules that you can't do that for all of Blackwood and in Waiparenga and in South Auckland, Pukekohe, and Turinga, Lokore. Utakitake tua, tanto que ela vai ngani, ka mata mo puna e o ia Jordan. Mulu ne. You know, and whatever the right channel, you don't know what kind of my parahaki, you know utakiti, ki channel. No, we are not having it. How you going to dump it? Having it all away. It's you going to dump it. I'm talking about my how much is running. I had a way on my time. If you guys get up for them, you got to do it.
Kia ora matua pita.
Nana te o pata tupu na kumari. Nana ni mau na te whakahu e kone. Hoki mai o pata tupu na tuku e kone. Hoki ki rako mana tahi.
Kia ora matua pita. Kua haere te wā e te reana e mene ka hoa tia i te ake. Kia ora i tātou.
Me tēnei taku whakarāto koto i wa tātou whakaro, e rongo atana me whakarereke, me whakahaere o ngā whakātu i ngā rawa kei te runanga. Ne, koe tea ko te āhua ko te hui nei, me whakarereke te āhua tuku atu i ngā rawa, me ngā, well, I'll say it in English. What I'm hearing the hui saying is that you're requesting that this runanga change its delivery of services both in hauora, in social services and NIS, and also in our budgeting to cover the whole of our area. Now, I'm quite happy to take that if that's the feeling of the hui. Ne? Koe tēra, or am I getting it a bit wrong? Because the other thing is that I'm going to put the wheel back to you, that when this board meets to do what you are going to, if that's your instruction to us, then be prepared that there are limits to the income that this board receives, and I would hope that we of Ngāpuhi will now come together to start the negotiations with the Crown as one of the ways to get our income stream up and going and to give our hapu the lift that it needs. All right? So, I'm just saying to you that if the mood of the hui is that we change our delivery of services and the way we're doing our budget, then I'm just signalling that there are limitations to the $2.7 million that this trust board receives from our asset holding company to keep delivering the services that we have. Ne? So just as you keep that in mind, you can only do so much. But perhaps there are different ways of delivering the same amount to get a bigger participation within Ngāpuhi. Paitera, and I'm cognizant, taking view of what our mantra and our whare is saying, that there are already services that are delivering in the urban area. Sorry for calling you urban, but ki roto ia Ngāpuhi tāmaki. And we do have those created kōrero in delivering those services to you via other hauora and via other social services. So perhaps the communication in that way needs to improve. All right? But definitely, I am going to ask you to put your kōrero or contact so that we can have this kōrero with you further into the same brown paper. Thank you. Into the same brown paper bag. And Tasha, I absolutely respect you for having stood up and put your whakaro. And it doesn't matter how long we've been walking with Ngāpuhi, whether we've just come on board yesterday or been here for 20 or more years, everybody's voice counts. And the other thing is, it doesn't matter where in the world Ngāpuhi lives. If you're Ngāpuhi, you whakapapa to Ngāpuhi, he reo tau he kone. Right, we're going to move on now to the voting on your program. The next one is supposed to be about the resolutions. They're still being counted now, and and the registration's being ticked off. But so we'll move into the financials, and may we invite our auditor up please to sit with us. Oh, kia ora. Haere mai.
Do you want to go show me? Just up here? Yeah. You can introduce yourself pretty well. Maybe.
Tēnā koutou, i ngā uri o Ngāpuhi, ngā mihi mahana kia koutou. So now we have the financials, the highlight of the day, no doubt. I'm standing in today for Sarah Kessel, who is the Group Financial Accountant. She was unable to be here today, so I'm standing in as the auditor. My name is Angela Edwards. I'm a partner at BDO Northland, and we were the approved auditors for the 2019 financial year. The financial report that was published is from the 1st of July 2018 through to the 30th of June 2019, and that is the financial results that we will cover. Now, I've been the auditor for the group for 5 years. This is the first time I've had the pleasure to stand up and summarise the financial results, but my focus today will probably be more on the audit report near the end, so I'll keep it quite brief. For the 2019 financial year, the group revenue increased from 18.6 million in 2018 to 20.5 million in 2019, an increase of 1.9 million. Oh, so the pages will be, I don't have flash slides, I've got my live stream face today, but it's page 32. And that would be the statement of financial performance. Now, these are the summary financial statements that are published every year, but if you want a full set of financial statements, they are available for all beneficiaries from the Runanga. So you just need to contact them and you can get a full set. Basically, these are a true and fair view of the full set, but some of the accounting policies are taken out just to minimise the wording. All the figures are the same. You'll also note that total expenditure increased in line with the revenue. So the total expenditure in 2018 was 17.3 million, and for the 2019 year it went up to 19.5 million. There were surpluses across all of the entities. Note these are consolidated group accounts, so you take all of the subsidiaries and bring them into one set, and then we eliminate out transactions between the subsidiaries, so that you get a true view from an external focus as to how the group performed. So there were surpluses across all of the entities this year, and the group results resulted in a profit of 2.1 million, which was earlier spoken at by Lorraine. The net assets of the group, which is the net worth of the group, increased from 57.88 million in 2018 to 59.98 million in 2019. That was an increase of 3.63% on the prior year. And there's a graph in the annual reports that I saw this morning, and it showed in 2012 the net assets of the group were 43.3 million, and that has now grown to almost 60 million to where we are today. Just to talk about, sorry? That's the bottom line. So in there will be your revaluations of investment properties, property, plant and equipment, that type of thing, definitely. Just in regards to BDO Northland, we were the approved auditor, as I mentioned. We're a locally owned firm. We have a branch in Kirikiri and one in Whangarei, but we're part of an international network. We are in 139 countries across the world. We have 15 offices throughout New Zealand, and we have 90 partners and over 900 staff, so we are subject to a lot of reviews, internal processes. We are bound by our professional body and our code of ethics and independence practices, just to keep that clear. The main part of our job as auditors is to provide an audit report to the group. Those are the final couple of pages. The audit report is basically our report on our opinion of how the group has has come through the audit, and we provide an audit report for every subsidiary and then one for the group. So I just want to now refer to our audit opinion, which is in the full financial statements. It's very similar to one in the summary, but it gives more detail on the group's performance. Just bear with me, there's a lot of words in here. So our audit opinion, which was issued on the 8th of October 2019, reads as follows. We have audited the consolidated financial statements of Te Runanga a Iwi o Ngāpuhi and its subsidiaries, which comprise of the consolidated statement of financial position, consolidated statement of revenue and expenses, consolidated statement of changes in net assets and equity, and the consolidated cash flow statement for the year ended 30th of June 2019. And the notes to the consolidated financial statements, including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the company and consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material aspects the consolidated financial position of the group as at 30th of June 2019 and its consolidated financial performance and consolidated cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with the Public Benefit Entity Reduced Disclosure Regime as issued by the New Zealand Accounting Standards Board. In essence, I'm pleased to advise that all entities received an unmodified auditor's opinion for the year ended 30th of June 2019, which is a credit to the operational staff, the finance team within each of the subsidiaries, Ngāpuhi Asset Holding Company, Te Haura o Ngāpuhi Iwi Social Services and the Runanga. And I'd like to commend all the directors and the trustees for the financial position that they have obtained this year. Well done.
Okay, kia ora, thank you, Angela. I'm just going to ask our Madam Chair, Mere, to see what we wanted to do here. We would like to ask a couple of questions from the floor. Remember though, people, just a little bit of a ture around it. If you've also got questions in relation to the CEO's or Chair's report, the financial report, you're able to write those down as well, just so that we can ensure
Kia ora whānau, nau mai hoki mai. Well, here we are in the Mangakahia Valley at the AGM for Ngāpuhi Nui. And just been listening to some of the kōrero in there. It looks like from the auditors, and I note that the woman whose name I didn't get, apologies whānau, spent a bit of time reiterating their credibility as auditors, which is good, and they are a very good company. But it looks like, as far as we can see, that everything, as far as the financial report is concerned, is bang on, and people have done well.
I think you can hear the huge sigh of relief all the way in Rafiti Maski. You can hear our whānau over there. Huge sigh of relief that everything's above board, and I mean it's a good place for any iwi to be, you know. Okay, you'll take.
Look, I mean, this is really important for all of us, especially when it comes to the Runanga, especially when it comes to a hub that is connected to opportunity, connected to big money, which is very helpful. Remember, money is very, very helpful, but it's not everything. But the mana is closely attached to this too. Are you in for the money or for the mana? That's the big question too.
Money or the mana?
The money or the mana. No such thing as a bag anymore. Gone are the days.
Gone are the days, Peel.
No one but Peel is walking around with a watch on his hand, and he still checks his phone to see what the time is.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you know, look, times have changed and everything, but I think it's really important, and it's a core issue there of who's going to be in what. And isn't that funny? Did you see that Komacha before? He got up and he just threw the dice. Bang.
Yeah.
7-11.
Yeah. It's interesting that they talked about, and our whānau tuned in would have heard, they talked about in restructuring the way things are done within the social services, within the delivery of benefits to our wider whānau. But the whittle from the floor was that if we change, remember, it could cost more money.
Yep.
Oh.
And if it's going to cost more money, we need to move forward and sort out our pūtea, because we're still talking about it. So,
That's right.
yeah,
There's always going to be a problem, though.
Yeah.
We get to a place where it's a hurdle. We get to a place where it's successful. We're doing great, succession, and then there's always this little, but what if? You know, what do we do about the what ifs? You know, those are the redneckers, eh?
Yeah. Me taku mihi nui ki te momo pēnei tō tātou papa i a pita i tū ki te wero i tō tātou rūnanga. Me te tika hoki, kua roa nei tātou e ātama takitaki ana i ngā rangatira o Ngāpuhi e wero ana i ngā mana. You know, Ngāpuhi leadership is synonymous with challenge. We are a people who are renowned for challenging the status quo. And that's the beauty of who we are. And obviously, you know, we're doing a good job. Everything's come out. The numbers are all above board. So, I mean, this could be considered
You know
a good
what?
day.
You know, I think you're right, bro. But I'm going to put a little, so it seems that the numbers are, you know, and I've been in a world where, you know, we create fantasy. And, you know, I'm still waiting to see more. You know, there's smoke and mirrors in the way things can happen. But I'm really pleased to hear that news. So are we going back into the whare? We're going back into the whare. And, the plot thickens. I love being Māori. Kia ora tātou.
Are we all in agreement with that? Aye. Against? Kia ora. Ko kautera. Now, we should be going back to the one prior to that about our resolutions, but because the question was asked about the assets, I'm going to invite you, Jason, to come up, please, as the chair of our Ngāpuhi Asset Holding Company to present. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Mene. I'll just go through my report and then I'll take some questions from there. And tēnā rā tātou katoa, kororia ki te atua i runga rawa, he mangarongo ki te mata o te whenua, he kāro pai ki ngā tangata katoa, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou kuia mā, kaumātua mā, e noho ake, nei hei, haka rūhau mō mātou. Ka mihi atu ki a koutou, e haka rangatira ake ana i tō tātou hui. Ko mongiroa tō maunga, ko te hui te awa, ko Naituake, te marae, ki Matarawa, ko Naituake ki te Aoku, te hapu, ko Ngāpuhi te iwi, ko Jason Paki Whautere, Witihira, ahau. Kia ora, ladies and gentlemen, and as already mentioned, I chair Ngāpuhi Asset Holdings, which is a subsidiary of the Runanga. And what I'm just going to cap off is just some points through the year. As I'm sure you know, that the full report's been on the Runanga website for a month or so. So in a lot of cases, I'll take it as read. So happy to answer any questions, but we'll just sort of move forward from there. NAHC invested a significant amount of its intellectual capital and resources into projects for the wider benefit of the Tryon Group and all Ngāpuhi. NAHC Group now has 62.1 million of total assets, and that's up from 60.6 million, having provided 2.27 million of dividends to the Runanga during the year. And just to quickly note with that figure differs differently from the Runanga's report, and that is to do with valuations, and the CEO for Asset Holdings can explain that if anyone wishes to know. We've also, and I'll cover off the fisheries, which is 70% of fisheries is a massive part of our income, and there's a lot going on in that space at the moment. So, continued improvement on our Ngāpuhi service station. So that changed to a mobile a couple of years ago in Kaikohe, and the service station had an exceptional year, rising from the recent change in fuel supplies of brand. And I'm sure that's because all of you that visit Kaikohe go to the mobile petrol station to fuel your cars. Together with Ngāpuhi Books and Stationery Limited, Paper Plus, these businesses are providing economic and social returns to Ngāpuhi. As I mentioned yesterday to our board, Paper Plus is not making a profit, but it's not burning cash either, but it's actually injecting $120,000 a year into the community for mahi and wages. We are looking at that project at the moment and turning that into a profit. And Paul, the CEO, has some projects in plan at the moment to turn that into a positive. But if you look at the numbers, you'll go, that's probably not a good business. And I don't disagree if you just look at the numbers. But if you look at the training and the retail space that people are getting, there's a lot more value that's coming out of there as well. So, in our investment side of it, we have a diversified and expanded investment portfolio with Mint Asset Management. At the end of the year, at the 30th of June 2019, Mint managed a combined fund of $10.4 million, which is up from $8.5 million the previous year, of investments on behalf of NHC. That is, in today's world, as I explained it yesterday, interest rates are really low. So if you've got a mortgage, you're really happy because interest rates are low. But it also means money on term deposit is really low as well. The board have looked at these investments, and it's a safe, and I do stress the word safe, and secure place for us to have our putia. The returns on those money is only between 5 and 8%. So it's not huge returns, but it's safe. And I'll get to that a little bit later. And next will be our fisheries, again with 70%. NHC, and Paul Knight in particular, has successfully negotiated Ngā Tapuwai o Māui between Sealord and a committed and focused iwi Deepwater Collective. Put simple, a whole lot of iwi have come together to make things simpler, pull our buying power together, make it more efficient, more transparent. All the backroom deals that used to happen in years gone by are gone, and we are a more professional, agile business moving forward. And Sealord is our deep water parcel. For Ngāpuhi, hoki is a big chunk of our income. And as I touched on before, sustainability is also a big focus of probably all of us here today, and looking after our ika. So for that to happen, our quota of hoki has been, we're not allowed to catch as much as what we have. What does that mean? Our income drops. So the balance between sustainability and paying that putia into our rohes is a fine line, because we can run out of money. It's probably got something to do with not settling. But we'll talk about that another day. With our fisheries, we have an aligned inshore fisheries portfolio with Moana, New Zealand. Moana, New Zealand is 100% iwi owned. And as far as Ngāpuhi goes, we're 14–15% of that, being the largest by population and coastline. Along with that, I've had the privilege to be elected onto their board. So I not only represent Ngāpuhi, but I also have a voice right across iwi in the fisheries space. And I'm excited about where we're going in those space and what we need to do. And just to touch on that sustainability space, we've got cameras on our boats. We're keeping an eye on our fishermen, but some of the competition don't. So we are doing what we can. It is a very, very challenging industry out there at the moment, but it's 70% of our income. If you look at Ngāi Tahu, they're 14% of their business is fisheries. So there's a big gap there that when the opportunities come, our fisheries will still be a big part of our business, but we're not beholden to it. We need to diverse out, and I'll touch on that a little bit shortly. With the inaugural signing of Ngā Tapuwai o Māui, that's a new fishing boat. And with that collaboration with iwi, and with the quota being cut for our hoki, this new big flash boat was able to go to Aussie and make up our cut and koita. And that's with the relationship we have with Sealord, which is 50% Japanese owned, 50% iwi owned, of the big salmon farm that Sealord have put into play in Tasmania. And along with that, there's relationships to be able to fish some of their shores and things like that. That's a benefit we wouldn't have had if we tried to do things on our own. So with this inaugural signatory, a historic collaboration between 36 iwi and 50% owned in the deep water Sealord, there's another 8 iwi that want to come on board. It's taken 2-3 years for us to get to this point. And again, Paul earns his money, but he's been at that table negotiating on behalf of Ngāpuhi and protecting our income. So, big acknowledgement to the CEO. We did try and collaborate with Buying Lee Fish in Lee. Unfortunately, we missed out. It was a $70+ million purchase price, and it went for a lot more than that. But unfortunately, we missed out on that. But it's showing that we are looking at areas to invest into with the right reasons. We needed to collaborate with other people because of the funds required, but it also gives us an opportunity to start looking at other areas. So, with the fishery space and what we've currently got, we've also got our properties in town, in Kaikwe. But what we're actually looking forward to in the board is to start to diversify. And I listened to the kōrero around the room with Ngāpuhi ki Waitemata and Ki Tonga. I live right in between those two, so I'm not sure if I'm south or west. But, so we'll just call it Tāmaki, yeah? Look, I feel the kōrero there, and I totally respect that space. But I've got to say, I live in Auckland, I grew up in Rotorua, but I'm Ngāpuhi. But you have a look at some of our rohe and some of our marae. I've got to say there's some pretty cool marae in Auckland. There's got pretty cool infrastructure around them. But we've got some of our marae out here in the sticks that they need that awhi. And I know there's winners and losers in everything we do. And a quick word for me is, it sounds like business to me. So as long as we keep having that kōrero and we keep speaking about our desires and our wishes and our transparency, we still got to understand we've got to pay the bill. Moving forward, we are a serious powerhouse. And awesome to see some of our young tai tamariki starting to poke their heads up and have a view. Doesn't mean we're always going to agree, but I think it's awesome. You have generation, the that's me. And then you got the millennials, who seem to think they know a lot. They just got to pay for it. And then you got Generation Z, and they're my mokos. I got 8 moko. And then my mokos, and the same for them is they've learned how to swipe before they wipe. So how the world is moving. I'm talking swipe phones, iPad, YouTube. So these are some of the moving areas we need to do. So for Ngāpuhi Asset Holdings, what we're actually trying to look for at the moment is this community hall in Kaikohe. The Provincial Growth Fund contract to investigate the establishment of a cultural and economic hub at the old hotel site of Kaikohe, Te Pūo Te Wheke, the octopus. And how it's been explained to me is our maunga around our te whare o Ngāpuhi, the maunga. And the tentacles touch all those maunga. And I'm sorry, Kaikohe's in the middle, so that's where our whare is.
What'd you get up there?
Oh, kia ora. Oh, you guys can read. But for that there, it's not just a Ngāpuhi thing, but Ngāpuhi Asset Holdings and the board, along with Paul, have had an application into the Crown for the Provincial Growth Fund. I was really hoping to have it to be able to say today it's a go, but it's looking really positive. That's all I can say. It's looking real good. So that's not a confirmation, by the way. So for that to happen can start the lifeblood of an opportunity of a business with our tourism, with our horticulture, with our tai tamariki. What we want to get is some of those urban people to come home and to lead us and bring those skills back to some businesses that hopefully we can create. Ngāpuhi Nui Tunu, it's a big place. You know, I hear it's over in Aussie now too. So we've got some really, really exciting times ahead. I don't apologise when we say no, you can't have any money. I don't apologise because we cannot grow our commercial arm if we keep paying it out. If we settle, that's a whole different discussion because we know there could be a different structure and a whole lot of other different things. Right? Moi moia, to dream a dream. Let's just hope it's in our lifetime. Think of our mokos, think of Generation Z, and respect our tūpuna as well. So there's a connection along the way. So in closing, before any questions, I want to acknowledge Paul Knight, CEO of Ngāpuhi Asset Holdings. Mike Sin, he's Deputy Chair. Mike, where are you? He's down here. Also like to acknowledge Lee Orton. He was the chair before I took over. And he's also currently chair on the Te Pūo Te Wheke and the Audit and Risk. With my board, Wayne Whariro, he's the Learning's representative, John Ray, and Alan Trout, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. They're also on there as well, but again, it's on the website, it's all good to go. The Runanga, yes, there's some kōrero about some changes and bits and pieces, and I just want to touch on only it. In a professional working relationship, he was very supportive of what we're trying to do. He didn't have a vote on our board. Part of the reason I wanted someone like him there was for my lack of tikanga understanding. For me to make sure that I'm not going to step on our people's toes. By putting Woni before mana. And he was really good for me, personally, for that. What happens, personally, that's up to him. Along with Raniera, I just want to acknowledge Lorraine and probably Edna. Well, not probably, Edna. These are two strong ladies, and I know they're mother and daughter, but shit, you think they're different people sometimes? Well, they are different people. Maini toa. And then to the board, you guys have got some things to work through, but you're all beautiful people. You're whakaaro, and when I talk to you, I've got cousins sitting on here, and I've started to get friends, and they're sitting on here. But there's no conflict when it comes business to thing there. And look, I wish you guys all the best, and we have an awesome opportunity to move forward as Ngāpuhi, and the world is our oyster. We just got to learn sometimes to not try and win every battle. It's not a bad thing to lose a battle sometimes, because if you win the war, who won?
Not the All Blacks.
Yeah. So without further ado, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. No questions?
The resolution.
Paul, that.
Paul,
Take us
one.
through the resolution.
Sorry, there's a resolution.
Did you want Madam Chair? I just check first. The resolution first. Okay. Ka pai. Kia ora rā.
Kia ora, my name is Paul Knight. You've probably seen me over the last 5 years. It's a pleasure to serve for Ngāpuhi. And I just reiterate what Jason said regarding the people that we deal with, not only yourselves, but in particular the Ngāpuhi Asset Holding Board is probably one of the most professional and skilled boards I've seen in New Zealand. I've worked for PricewaterhouseCoopers, I've worked for Turners and Growers, listed entities, etc. These people are the top. They are the highest calibre that you could receive, and the advice they provide us is brilliant. So first of all, just acknowledging them. Thank you, Jason, for what you passed to me today. I do just want to first of all, though, just go back to the point. Someone did ask a question regarding the assets of the company. I believe the chair deferred it to me. I'm the CEO for Ngāpuhi Asset Holding Company, so we only look after Ngāpuhi's commercial assets, primarily around the fisheries and some of the commercial properties. However, in the absence of a CEO, I can give you a rundown basically of what the assets of Ngāpuhi as a whole, which includes Nisthune and Trayon, looks like. It is in your books, it's on page 34. I'll just give you a small rundown of what some of those numbers look like a bit differently. I'm not going to go down to dollars and cents, I'm going to give you around millions. At the moment, the group is holding at 30 June 2019, is holding cash and receivables, so basically liquid assets, funds that can be accessed reasonably immediately of a circa $9 million. The entity is holding $10 million in an investment fund called MINT, which is International Equities and Properties, Australasian Properties. It is holding $12 million in Aotearoa or Moana Fisheries shares. We are the largest shareholder in Aotearoa Fisheries of all the iwi. We own 12.68%, which in totality, when we receive all the shares, will be closer to 16%, which reflects the size of the population of Ngāpuhi against all other iwi in New Zealand, because settlement for that was done by population. We have $21 million in the Runanga's books in relation to quota. That is the fisheries assets we have received under the fisheries settlement that we generate income for under NHC under the annual catch entitlement. So that's the value of what effectively the share is, and the ACE you could probably consider to be the dividend or the rent we receive from that. We have investment property there valued at $2 million, and that is an investment property primarily made up, I imagine, of the John Butler Centre in Kerikeri and a couple other ones. So that is a property that we rent out that we do not live in ourselves. And then we have property, plant and equipment. So that's probably what most of you consider to be office furniture and vehicles, but it also includes the properties that we operate out of, which would be the offices on Mangakahia Road, it will be Ngāpuhi's offices, it will be Thunes and Nissa's that we own, which would come in totality to about 6 mil. You round that up, you've got around about $61 million of assets, and then you need to take out obviously liabilities. The liabilities, as Lorraine has mentioned, are very, very low for the organisation, arguably no debt and borrowing in there. You're looking at 1.6 million, and that's made up of trade liabilities. So think of us as the service station and Paper Plus. People owe us money, or people that we owe money to, apologies. Deferred revenue, income we would like to book at a later date. We can't book now because we haven't completed the contract. And also things like holiday pay. So obviously when you've got staff, they've got a right to take holidays, you book that in your books. So add that all up, you come to your 59.8 or $60 million, effectively line by line. Does that answer your question? I see your fist pumping, so I'll take that as a yes. Thank you.
Just some of the questions, sorry, Madam Chair.
Taiwa, me tutu mai kia rongo te katoa tō pātai. Can you please stand up? Please stand up. So how many Ngāpuhi are working within the organisation?
Kia ora. So from an Ngāpuhi asset holding side of it, we have 22 employees in total. I think about 25 in the book if you include part-timers. I believe there would be, top of my head, 3 who don't whakapapa back to Ngāpuhi. Across the organisation, that ratio would almost be very similar, I'd suggest. So you would be easily into the 90s, I'd say.
Yeah. So I've just been given the indication that Te Hauora or Ngāpuhi have a similar percentage, or and also Ngāpuhi the social services, or apart from about 2. So we've got 65 staff. Pardon? I can't answer that.
Just one thing I'd like to add is Ngāpuhi governance, people that understand governance. So governance versus management are 2 totally different things, and if there's one thing that we want to grow, so I have a limited time doing what I'm doing. It would be awesome if there was another Ngāpuhi that had the skills and experience to be able to come and do that. So there are plenty of courses around about doing governance and training. And all governance is about protecting the future. Management's about sorting the now. That's a simple way of looking at it. So the mahi side of it is strong with Ngāpuhi, but that would be an awesome one for people to go out there and get some governance experience. Actually go find out what it means. And then you can develop it from there.
Is there any questions?
I've just Madam Chair. Ia waho pātai. Kia ora.
I was listening to your call, Jason, about the fisheries and where that's in terms of the sustainability. And I'd like to know how you're measuring the impact of the fisheries, and also what percentage of your bycatches.
Paul can add to this as well, but it's scientifically done. It's not a piece of paper that we go to. So it is done. A lot of it is controlled by what MPI and government are looking at in the science sense. NIWA is looking at fishing that all the time. So Paul will have a better understanding about bycatch and how all of that works, so I'll just put that on to him.
Just before you call your into because it's not only about the fisheries here,
so we should
the kuaka that come down from Alaska, it's about the takapu that come over from Australia, it's about the other marine mammals that are impacted there, and what measurements have been undertaken by either the environmental group and
So an example to give you to that is the Kumene mahi that's going on at the moment, the sanctuary. The space and land is, give or take,
Anau mai hoki mai e tate mā, welcome back to the table where we're here, back to kind of pull apart some of the fresh kōrero that we've heard come out of our hui. And I think probably the first talking point, Pio and Kihi, Ngāpuhi, 59.975 million in total assets.
Yeah,
not too bad.
That's right across. So that includes buildings, property, fish quota, stuff like that.
You brought up a really interesting point where $1.6 million in liabilities, that is low.
Yeah.
For us, the biggest iwi in the world.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but are we being too safe? I actually like safe.
Yeah.
Sometimes people take financial risk, nek minute ko paukato ngā moni, but it's still a fact of having people sitting in those decision-making seats that can make really intelligent financial investment decisions.
Yeah,
and that's not me.
Yeah.
Is that such a purpose, right?
No, it's not my purpose.
But you certainly, again, we go back to, you know, the right people that should be in place, who have the right amount of levers to succeed and to see that position through, and you just know when they're the right person. I mean, it is just a known thing that the Treasury position, those who are dealing with the funds and the finances of each marae and each governance is just, you know, there's always been some issue there. That is because, again, we've got to look at our constitution and how that's laid out in order to have the right people in there. You can't just have the Kasi down the road just filing that stuff because she's good at the raffles. It's more than that. We can get in trouble. We can lose things because I was going to say assets, but sometimes that is the case. However, very interesting.
Pio, I saw you crunching some numbers earlier while we were listening with regards to the fisheries that Ngāpuhi does. I'll talk us through some of that.
Fisheries I find really interesting, especially with regard to sustainability and the impact that we have on in Iroti Te Whare Tangaroa. And also the fact that because we have fishing quota, it doesn't necessarily mean that we as a people are working that quota.
Kia ora.
Okay, so a lot of that stuff has just been, and financially it's probably the best way to do it. You know, I'd love to see our people with their boats out there catching fish, but you know, 70% of our putea comes from fishing, comes from the moana. What worries me is how sustainable is that? And they were just talking about governance, and governance is about painting a picture for the future. Have we got maximum investment in an area that's actually diminishing? You know? So I think that's something that's got to be looked at too, eh? You know, whereas tourism is growing and those sorts of things. So these guys got a tough job to juggle all that stuff. Does that make sense?
I think you've nailed it on the head.
Goodness me.
You've really nailed it. You've nailed it.
Yeah, so what you're telling me is we're trying to solve yesterday's problem with an answer that might...
Today's issue.
Or today's problem with the yesterday solution.
Yeah.
You know, which and fisheries could be. And again, that's just you know, I'm middle Ngāpuhi. I'm just a guy who's got some questions. But as was said in the whare, based on whakapapa, I'm allowed to ask those questions and I'm allowed to have a view. I mean, so really, the creative side of who we are as a people should be looking at what's, you know, is it technology? Is it solar power? Is it all those things that have got a lot of headroom as opposed to the fishing industry that may not have the headroom in the future?
I do want to bring something up when we're talking about the financials of Te Runa Ngā Iwi o Ngāpuhi. I do want to bring up a number that's been thrown around in the news a lot.
Right.
And that's $500 million
Yep.
to settle our treaty claim.
Yep.
Is that enough? Kehi, thoughts?
I mean, it just depends how you break it down, you know?
Yep.
Like, you know, how much did you say was the figure? 500?
500, they're talking about a realistic number, 500 million.
Okay, so, all right. So if we're going to put all our blocks together, we can look at what Ngai Tahu-san, we're always going to compare to other iwi. Tūhoe and the Uruwiras, everything has a cost to it. But are we, you know, what have we committed to? It's all right, you know, it's like the kōrero, look, gosh, she's making a lot of money, there's a lot incoming, but have you been committed to? What's outgoing? That's where the commitment is at. So we've got 500 mil coming in, but have we committed to 300 mil of stuff already? So we've only got 2. That's the conversation.
Ingoings, outgoings.
Ingoings and outgoings. It doesn't matter. You're still paying, you know, your big TV in your bed. At the end of the day, you'll be sleeping on the floor.
For me, it sounds like a good number, but it's about how good we can change that number and get it up. But again, I'm just middle mode.
And I mean, there's a lot of water yet to go under the bridge before we arrive at that 500 million. But the good sign is that what we have now, we're protecting. And for Ngāpuhi, 125,000 Ngāpuhi, that's awesome news coming out of today's week.
I think that's my water going under that bridge, brother.
E tātou mā kai te hoki ake rā tātou ki roto I te whare ki te hui a iwi, te hui a tau o tēnei te runanga aiwi o Ngāpuhi mo tēnei tau 2024 maiua. Kia mau tonu mai.
And I think 5 years is probably a long time to be an auditor for one organisation. And that's not a criticism. us to try and get our auditors. We can come back to BDO, but I think it's always good to have a break and then, you know, so that we have different eyes looking at our lens, at our paperwork, and just keeping us bobbing along really good. I have no complaints about Angela's work, but I'm going to put the resolution to you that BDO Northland are reappointed as the auditor of Te Runanga Aiwi o Ngāpuhi for the 2019-2020 financial year, ending 30th of June 2020. Mover, kia ora, Hemi Toia, seconder, ko Hone Sadler. Are we all in agreement? Aye. Anyone against? Ka pai. Ko oti tira take, and now we're on to the second to last one. We're going back to the resolutions that were advertised on the website. And by the way, kia ora kia koe e Tasha Kohaya from Tāmaki. I am aware that what we had up on the website is not the booklet that we actually have been presented with today at our hui. Aroha mai, this is a summary of a lot of the things that were in that book on the website. Is there any objection to what has happened, just so that we are legally correct? Hang on.
Just so that it's...
It's going to cost. At the same time though, if we're all online, there's the digital report here as well. The other thing is you are able to, as registered members, request a copy. But I do accept and take on board if we could share what Tasha's saying.
Kia ora, may I have it? Thank you. Okay, I just want to respond to you, Tasha. Thank you very much. And legally, she is correct. So whatever the cost it is for us as Ngāpuhi to deliver to you as the beneficiary the full accounting, then that's what we need to do. But we it's our fault at the table. Actually, it's my fault as the chair. Whatever is printed up there that's advertised has to come to you in its fullest form and not to be summarised. So this is my apology to you as Ngāpuhi for allowing that to happen. Kia ora. Okay, now we're on to the last part, which is the
Sorry, I don't mind, but we actually, you know, get two te kai te whare tapu o Ngāpuhi, kanui te kanui, kōrero, engari we told to write our kōrero down and submit it to you. We have resolutions that we don't get to discuss, which is, I think, a pretty normal protocol. And now we're hearing, you know, like, I have to
voted yes for number 1, but I actually wish I voted no after I actually went through this paper, because it's not just remove the word taurahiri. It's make it a takiwa. It doesn't say that on our papers. So, you know, kia haunga, I think that it's out of order or something. That's probably a Pākehā tikanga. But, you know, I'm actually quite disappointed. I haven't been to a, you know, a hui aiwi for a few years because I've been disappointed then, and I know that better things are going to come. And I accept that in your role, you've been thrown in at the deep end, and it's a short space of time kia whakatika in āhuatanga, because we, you know, this is the āhuatanga o mua, or whichever way you want to look at it. This is what we've been subjected to, group resolutions. There's a whole bunch of resolutions in there, a whole bunch of changes, and yet it was one. You know, I'll be honest, I read, oh, you changed the taurahiri, remove taurahiri, but it's actually put in takiwa, and then it gives our, you know, it says clarify a term, but it's not clarifying terms. It's adding responsibilities. So, ka haunga e he ana tēnā. Aroha mai te whānau, but I told you all this. I think this korero, this wahine over here has sort of been glossed over a little bit. It's not just financials. You know, the people come because we want to see what's going to be different. Some might, well, there's nothing going to be the same. Let's hope. You know, haere tika, grow our assets and all that, pai tēnā, but we want to, we here because we want buy-in. We don't want to hear about settlement. You've already had one shot. That's what most of the people are saying. You've got a settlement. It's the fish settlement. What have you been doing with it? You know, aroha mai, but you know, I'm trying to marry it up. We've got an agenda, but there's no space to speak. 3 questions, 2 questions, katsi. Aroha mai, aroha mai. I want to know what is the board's reasoning for changing the word taurahiri and creating a takiwa. What is the reasoning? Can you explain it to us? Because most of us, some people here, won't have gone to a takiwa hui, won't have got a takiwa mea. But as you've said, ahakua kai hea koe, wherever you live, wherever you're from, in a whakapapa koe, you have a right. Whakapapa home, I have a right. I don't have to attend a takiwa. I don't have to have internet. And I bet you there are people here that don't go on the internet. You know, I remember one of the last meetings I attended, I asked for these things to be more fuller. I asked for us to be able to see clearly. We want transparency. So I had those questions. What is your reason for changing that? What is the nature of the relationship? You know, you said we've got a new relationship with Oranga Tamariki, but you didn't tell us what it is. You say funds are limited, but we got 6.6 million in contracts and 5.5 in wages. You know, just can you give us a bit more time, a bit more? I mean, maybe no one wants to ask any questions.
I think that I hear you clear, and I can see heads nodding while you're speaking. And so what I'm going to suggest that we do, because people who are not present have already voted, I'm duty bound to carry on with the resolutions as they've been promulgated on the website, and in order to honour those people who did vote in that way. So we will do that, but on the understanding that lunch is ready at what time? 2 o'clock. Right, we're destined to finish at 1:30. So I'm going to suggest that perhaps can we carry on the hui until 2 o'clock in order to allow us to have this discussion, because ngā puhi, this is your hui, and if that's the request, then we as the board need to listen to that. Kia ora. All right, so we'll go straight into those resolutions. Peter, would you like to come and read them for me, please?
Madam Chair, of course, I'm sure it's a bit of a process for you kind of asked me, so so kei roto i wēnei pepa.
Aye. And Also up there.
Okay then. Resolution 2019 AGM, Resolution 1 of 3 being voted on. That's the correct one, Madam Chair?
Yeah. Right, Resolution 1.
This one?
Yeah. And then have you read the whole lot?
Okay, so Resolution 1 of 3 being voted on, that the proposed amendments to the trust deed to bullet point 1, remove the word Taura Here from the trust deed. Bullet point 2, clarify terms relating to the Te Ropu Kaumatua Kuia o Te Whare o Ngāpuhi. Bullet point 3, expand the existing provisions relating to disputes procedures. Bullet point 4, provide within the trust deed that the trust will, on request from a takiwā, call a general meeting of that takiwā, and bullet point 5, correct minor typographical errors and make other minor drafting improvements as notified, are agreed to and are for the collective benefit of all members of Ngāpuhi.
Kia ora. Now I'm going to invite the legal team up, please, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. This is Te Aupare. Actually, I'll leave it to you. Introduce yourselves.
Kia ora mai tātou, tēnā hoki koutou mā o Ngāpuhi. Ko I tēnei e tūnei, ko Te Aupare Jews tōku ingoa, hiuri o hau no Ngāti Porou, Ngāti Rangitihi, Ngāti Whakaue. He roia hau ki Chapman Trip. I pātai mai te puari kia hara mai māua ko taku huamahi Liam ki te kaute I ngā pōti. Nā reira kua pōti ātuhi ki e koutou ki runga I ngā pepa. Ko haere māua ko Liam ki muri rā ki te kaute. I tō māua taha e rua hoki o ngā kaimahi o te runanga. Hui tērā pia me huri au ki tērā reo tāhai whenua. My name is Te Aupare. I'm a lawyer at Chapman Tripp, and my colleague Liam Stoneley and I were asked to attend the hui in order to count the votes, and so everybody has voted by paper. The requirements for a resolution to pass is that not less than 75% of the votes are passed in favour. And so for Resolution 1, that resolution has been passed. It was an 89% pass rate. So we had 72 people who validly voted. All of the paper forms were checked for registration numbers. We had 64 people vote in favour and 8 against, so again that is passed by an 89% majority.
Can I,
you want to?
Before you move on, I'll get a mover and a seconder, please, for that first resolution. Madam Mover. Kia ora, Christina. Seconder. Oh, sorry, Nora. Nora Anika, kia ora. Are we all in favour? Anyone against? Tahi, Erua. Kia ora. 2 against. So it's carried. Resolution number 2, please.
So Resolution 2, that the proposed amendments to the trust deed to insert provisions relating to a code of conduct applicable to trustees as notified are agreed to and are for the collective benefit of all members of Ngāpuhi. This resolution also passed. So this was 54 people voted for, 18 people voted against, and so it reached the requisite 75% pass rate as required under the Trust Deed and the Māori Fisheries Act.
is kia ora Wimutu me Hannah Seta. Kia ora. Everybody in agreement? Against? Toru wha e wha horeka. Sorry, you must. Did you get how many did you count? Oh, 6. Sorry, dear. Actually, can I have someone else from over there count? Yes, please, Peter. Can you count those who are against?
Okay, I can do that.
2, 4, 5,
1,
6,
2,
7, 8.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10?
Right, 10 against. Thank you. It's carried. Number 3. Resolution number 3, please.
That the proposed amendments to the trust deed to expand the provisions relating to suspension and removal of trustees as notified are agreed to and are for the collective benefit of all members of Ngāpuhi. This resolution failed to reach the requisite majority. There were 51 people who voted for, 21 people who voted against, so it only reached a percentage of 71%. So the current provisions stay as they are.
Right, now you have a mover and a seconder for resolution number 3. Kia ora Patricia, Pia, and kia ora Dave Kapa. Everyone in agreement? Aye. Those against? Unanimous. Oh, sorry, you are against.
1, 2, 3,
Sorry,
4.
just explain your resolution. The resolution has failed. Are we agreeing that it failed?
Yes.
Okay.
So that was against the vote. 1, 2,
Against the fail?
Okay, the resolution, because of failed, will read that the proposed amendments to the trust deed to expand the provisions relating to suspension and removal of trustees as notified has failed. That's it. Just get rid of the bottom line and it's just failed, just so that we have a record on the books of them. Kia ora? Now, are we still...
To be consistent with the first 2 resolutions, there was a vote before.
Yes, I'm about to do that. So, now, do the mover and the seconder want to change their minds? We'll stay with the mover and the seconder, being Wimutu and Hannah Sadler. Now we'll take a vote on it. Do we all agree that we've just heard the responses from the votes, and the resolution reads that that vote has failed, that resolution has failed? Are we in agreement? Yes. We are in agreement that that vote has failed.
Madam Chairman, I think...
May I have a, who's got the mic, please?
That resolution is not consistent with the way in which the resolutions were passed, were put, in that none of the resolutions that were put, the first one and the second one, determined whether or not there was a fail, whether it was a fail or whether it was a pass.
Oh, Paite Koe o Ngāpuhi, but you know that last year's booklet, if you turn to page 13, it's actually recorded there that the same vote, the same resolution, oh well, not the same resolution, because last year's it was one, instead of having it in 3 parts, we had it in 1. So if we disregard then what I have just put up as a resolution, and go to page 13, Take Tuawaru, agenda item number 8, and it reads there, the vote to amend the charitable trust deed. So now it's resolution number number 8. And it reads right at the bottom of the page, and it says, where it says that the proposed amendments to the trust deed as notified are agreed to. Well, it failed last year, and what it has is a note that says, this resolution failed as the vote did not reach the required 75% threshold as per the trustee. Alright, so
to be consistent with that, Madam Chair, that we don't, there was no need to vote from the floor for resolution 1 or 2.
Correct.
Or 3. Yes.
Correct.
Because it has, I think, the votes received by a certain date.
Tika tira, yeah. That's mea komahi atu hiki. Kei te tika hone, technically, because everybody has already exercised their vote in writing, there was no need to have a motion and an agreement or non-agreement from the floor. So, kei te tika tira. We take it on the papers. Kia ora.
Thank you again for watching here, and bearing in mind that we may come back, we've still got one more agenda item.
Kia ora, just thank you to Te Aupani.
And now we're coming to the end of the agenda. And so at 13:10 it says, announcement of Group 3 Takiwa election results. I'm going to mini now to Ngāwai, who has been the trustee before I came onto this board. So on behalf of us, of Ngāpuhi, we thank you for the service that you've put in. Te pai o tō ngākau, mo te mau I ngā take, me ngā karakia mo roto o Ngāpuhi, e mihi atana ki a koe, me tō maumai I ngā kōrero mai tō takiwa o hokianga ki te teku o te kaari o Ngāpuhi. Nā, ko te tuku nātou te tariwa ki a koe, ki te whakahoki ki a Ngāpuhi.
Kia ora whā.
It's always a long journey to get to a place like today. And it's an even longer journey to continue forward. However, the journey is all about what we bring and share with each other. It's not about Ngāwai. Engari, Ngāwai is a word, is a name, and I'm so privileged and honoured to carry. You can say, ko ngā wai koe, or you can say, te nā koe ngā wai. Both of those phrases have a very deep meaning for me. And the whānau, we are today at a mehu in Mangamuka. The Otane whānau, the mother of Sinclair, that the person who passed away is my first cousin. The mother is Auntie Adelaide, who is my father's sister. His father is my mother's first cousin, who is an Otane, who come in the line of Te Atawhai Kere Mākane and Pikake Otane. So it's those things that relate to my name, Ngāwai. It's a privilege and an honour to both share the time at this table te re ngā wiwi o ngā pui as a trustee. Te hoki a ngā kitaraki. Hoki a ngā kitaraki. I can say the word tūmeke. Hoki a ngā kitaraki. Sometimes the nota. Engari, yahataku, te rakupu, the nota. Lived in the South Island for 45 years before coming back to the nota. Engari, taku kōrero i te Waipounengu, the University of the Tai Tokerau. Hoki a ngā kitaraki. So I'd like to congratulate Bernadette Birch. There are many strong women for Hokianga Kitaraki. And Bernadette has stepped up to take the challenges that you've all presented today. Because it is about growing our mokopuna in a better space than we always get notified about. The negativity that's in this space is deafening. But let's celebrate the things that are really truly putting our mokopuna and our wahine like Bernadette to the space of excellence. That's the future that we need to celebrate. Kia ora tātou katoa.
Aka tira e rauranga tira mā nau mai hoki mai ki te tepu te wāhi ki konei a ta whera hia e ko ngā take katahi anō ka puta i roto i tā tātou hui i tēnei rā kai tōku taha ko tētahi waku tino rangatira. Kua tau ho mai rā ki tā tātou tepu ki te āta whera i ngā kōrero i puta i aia anō e taku rangatira ka hotu te rākau kōrero ki a koe māu e whakamārama mai ko ai koe he hara o patanga ki tēnei te runanga iwi o Ngāpuhi.
Kia ora, tēnā koe kara. So my role as chair of Ngāpuhi Asset Holdings is our commercial space and what we get involved with there, and ensuring that we're fiscally prudent and ensuring that we're managing our responsibilities of what it means to be part of the sport. I've been on there 3 years now. And it's very proud to be the chair. It has its challenges that go with it. But with that, fisheries is really our main asset that we look after and get our income from. And within that, there's a lot of challenges in that at the moment. Is obviously about sustainability and ensuring that we're protecting for future generations, which is what Māori is all about. But along with that, we're collectively working along other iwi, obviously the Crown to a certain degree, in regards to quota management and those sort of areas.
I think for an average Joe Blogs and Ngāpuhi like Pio and I, one of the more important talking points that come out of the hui today was $60 million. Right. The current assets that are sitting under te mana o te runanga a iwi o Ngāpuhi. Right. Should we be happy with that?
Good question. I don't want to get into settlement or any of that sort of space, but I think we should be proud of it considering we haven't settled. And we've started You know, 2012 was early 40s million.
Okay.
You know, we're up into the 60s now. So I think our size of our population is a strength for Ngāpuhi, but it's also a challenge about how do you disperse that dividend or that money out in the balance across the 125,000 people.
Well, let's talk about that. How does one go about dispersing that amount of those assets across, you know, and we're not just here in the north, we're in Australia, we're across the world. How does one go about doing that, dispersing those assets? Big questions today.
Yeah, look, it's a fair question. It's a fair question.
And is the time right? You know, the other thing is when you look at early settlement, you know, and I hear stories about, you know, if we distributed assets at those times, like through Tiny and stuff, everybody's going to get a coloured TV and that's it.
Yep.
You know, so is it about building that putea and having the right timing to move forward in that way?
So I'm speaking for myself, eh?
Sure. Yeah.
So as an individual, so my view is about protecting what we have and to grow that wealth. Unfortunately, there's potentially a generation that's not going to get that rub of the green.
Yep.
And we've got to think of our future generations, and we've got to grow that putea. So in my own world, I own a business, and I actually know what it takes to actually go through that. So, you know, we can't live like kings and have nothing tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's irresponsible.
Yeah.
However,
Kia ora.
we also must ensure that we are diversifying in what we're doing. And the hard thing for Ngāpuhi is, because 70% of what we do is fisheries, you know, we need to get into horticulture.
We were having that conversation before because my concern, and I'm certainly don't have what you have, but is our major investment is in a finite resource.
Yep.
Okay, and what sort of diversification are we thinking about in other areas, eh?
Well, food.
Yeah.
Right? That's our sustenance of life, eh? So in respect, you got dry stock, we've got challenges, you know, you talk about fisheries and sustainability, you talk about dairy farming and sustainability, and now awa.
Yeah.
So there's all those other areas that we've got to protect. Yep.
We're juggling.
Horticulture is a very sustainable growth market. You know, we're eating healthier.
Yeah.
We're wanting to teach our taitariki and whānau to eat healthier.
I had to mortgage the house. I had to mortgage the house to buy an avocado the other day. You know, those sorts of things. I suppose.
Good business. Good business.
Yeah.
Look, there's nothing wrong with making a profit.
No.
It's how you go about doing it and your integrity of how you're doing it.
Yeah.
Right? So you're on business to make money. You're not in business for tātou. So first of all, to get into business, you're there to make money. How you go about making that money is where the integrity and the governance and your management come into play. If you get those factors right, then you can grow your people. You can train them how to be leaders or business people themselves.
Yeah, because you built a waka, eh?
Because you're building that waka. So you've got training, education, self-confidence.
Yeah. Hey, there's one thing I want to get out of some people's heads, and it's certainly not in my head, that the way you speak and the way you talk about business with passion, and people go, oh, he whakaaro Pākehā tēnā. I disagree. Our people were always, you know, they would invest time into their kumara gardens to get a return. So business is not new to Māori. Or it shouldn't be, eh?
When they first came to this country, they were business people.
Kia ora.
You know? They would share their kakahu for their kumara, you know, so that they were entrepreneurs, and they dealt with what was in front of them and used it for the benefit of their people.
Yeah.
You know, what's the difference now? It's just a few zeros on the end.
Totally.
Don't overcomplicate it.
And I think the rules are the same.
Yeah, and I'll go back to the comment about the Pākehā there, bro, is we're in such a diverse, mixed, cultural place.
Yes.
It's Indians, it's Mexicans, it's South Africa, it's everything. And we need to work together because that's how we can look after our people. It's how we can look after our mokos and that. It's being able to look at each other in the eye and be true to ourselves. And that's a challenge on its own. We cannot do it on our own as just Māori.
I just want to move our discussion along, and if we're talking about for the betterment of our kids, of our mokopuna, one big number we threw around earlier on an earlier cross before we came inside was the reported, and we'll tread lightly here, was the reported 500 million that's been thrown about when we're talking the Ngāpuhi settlement.
Right.
Now, there's no that number's not in stone, that number's not in concrete. What does that look like, that amount of money coming into a place like the North for future generations, if you're telling me that a generation is going to miss out of that financial sustenance, I suppose,
Yep.
in a post-settlement space?
Yeah, look, I don't want to get into numbers, I'm not at that table. But let's say I had some of that pūtea to invest into. That's where your 10-year strategies and that come in. What does that mean for a different generation? How do you bring people on? How do you get people to learn where the governance is at? So, doing things well, the pūtea is a byproduct of doing stuff well. That's how you make your business work. If you put the money in front of you and that's all you look at, you'll fail. It's about getting all of that collectiveness, and that's where you have your hui, and get those viewpoints and things like that. But, you know, we need to see stuff happening in the North for our people, so that we're Māori traditionally, they're tangible, and they see stuff, right? But there's also that intangible part that comes into play, and that's where the business mind has to come in today's world, digital market, all that space.
Do you think our people are critically engaged in this space? I can hear a lot of our people saying, we want Ngāpuhi to pay for this, I need a scholarship, I need this, I need this, I need this.
Yeah.
Yet there's no bums on seats where it counts.
Yeah, well, look at the world we live in, social media. You know, we need to reach out. You know, so my papa, it was about going to the marae and doing the hui and going around the rohi. Well, the world's changed, and we need to be open-minded about using the platforms that we have in front of us now and doing this. And mate, I acknowledge you guys for actually being able to reach out. As far as people doing the mahi, we got heaps of Ngāpuhi doing the mahi. They're just busy doing the mahi. So, you know, it's only in the last 5 or so years that I've sort of come to the table to hopefully make a difference for Ngāpuhi, because I've done my time. My family's growing up and things like that. We've got a lot of our people going through the same space at the moment, living week to week, getting their careers under their way. When I come through, it was 1 to 5, you learn to go to the toilet and that sort of stuff. 5 to 15, listen to mum and dad and your teachers. 15 to 20, try a few things for the first time, right or wrong. 20 to 30, find out who you are. 30 to 40, establish yourself. Own that space, busy as. 40 onwards is actually where you can start making it click. And that's just a simplistic
ride the
way.
wave of your work.
It ain't going to happen tomorrow.
Kia ora.
It takes time.
Well, let's talk about that. What does Ngāpuhi look like for you going forward? In the line of mahi that you do?
An economic powerhouse that people look to for advice and support and direction. You know, in the tourism sense, we've got some of the most beautiful land in the country. We've got opportunities. And yes, there's a play to not give up my land, because I'm quite happy living on my land and in my garden. But there's also another play there that we're missing out on those opportunities. You know, why do our people go to Aussie? To go look for those new opportunities in the big city. We can do that at home. So you look at the Gold Coast or Sunshine Coast, that's where we are. The businesses are there, the opportunities. So we just got to support each other and work our way through that.
Pio, you had some interesting takes on tourism in Ngāpuhi going forward.
Yeah, I'm always excited about tourism, and when you look at, you know, Lonely Planet that continually put Tutukaka Coast as one of the top 5 coastlines in the world. My young fella's a skipper for Dive Toots and lives in Whananaki, and I went up there to see him the other day. I wandered down to his local beach, and it was a postcard, you know, and because we come from that rough side, you know, Hokianga side, but that's still another postcard.
Majestic.
And, it's majestic and spiritual. So, I think there's plenty of headroom there to manage that well, eh?
Yep.
Yeah.
And creating self-confidence is the flow-on effect. Once you're confident of what you look at in the mirror,
Yeah.
not arrogant,
No,
you
no.
know, you're true to yourself. That's when it all snowballs into something special, I believe.
And no, totally. And we talked earlier about I Roto I Te Whare. They were talking about succession and future planning and all those things and around. All those things are a big part of the jigsaw going forward, eh? Yeah.
Oh, for sure, mate. For sure.
Awesome.
Hono e takurangatira, tēnei te mihi kia koe I tūhono mai rā ki tā tātou kaupapa ki te hora I ngā kai pāreka hei kai mā ngā ngāpuhi. E noho marara mai nei I te ao whānui, e mihi nui atu ana kia koe kei takurangatira. E tātou mā koe rā ko ngā kororo mō tēnei wā, kei te kimai takurangatira, kei te tuku anō rā te rākau kororo ki roto I tā tātou hui kia kite ara he haranga hua ka puta I tēnei te hui aiui, te hui a tau o te runanga aiui o ngā puhi mō tēnei te tau 2010 maiwa. Kia mau tonu mai rā.
Kia ora.
Haka atu, kia ora mai tātou katoa, hoki mai ki nei o ngā pūkōrero hanga ki tō tātou runanga ai iwi o Ngāpuhi, me tēnei o ngā hui ngā whakawhiriwhiri, me ngā whiringa whāiti i roto i tēnei e kia nei ko AGM, the Annual General Meeting. Here, coming to you live and direct from Poroti, Maungarongo Marae, and of course to my side, of course my beautiful co-host in there, Pio Tere, but more importantly, we have the chief, the CEO for Te Runanga a iwi o Ngāpuhi, koe ko tēra ko Lorraine Toki, tēnā koe e te whanaunga. Me timata pēnei, I guess we've just spoken with, we've just seen the whole AGM just pan out. We've just spoken to Jason Witihira. We're now coming to you as the CEO. How has this AGM, how has it panned out for you, and what are we looking at?
I think under the circumstances, because remember, we've had the same chair for 16 years.
Wow.
So
Right.
that's 16 years experience gone in an AGM environment, in some quite tough AGM environments too. So today, you don't know what to expect, and I'm very, very surprised, pleasantly surprised and happy with the way Ngāpuhi have behaved and engaged. I am. Yes. They've asked some very relevant questions, and some of them we'll have to wait to answer. You know, go back and give the right answer. Yeah.
When you say behaved, sorry Pio, when you say behaved, has it been a little rough in the past?
So we've had protests, we've had buses turn up, and that's okay.
Wow.
That's okay. But when you've got, when you've got a board and there's a chair there that's been around.
Yeah, sure.
Been around.
Yeah.
But this is quite different when you're in the hot seat cheering.
Yeah.
And so people have been very forgiving as well.
Yeah.
When we've had to backtrack on a few things.
Can
And
we
that's
just
good.
mention who our chair is for the last 16 years, for just those viewers who have just popped in and out of the live stream?
Oh, Rani Irato is
Kia ora, Rani
Yeah,
Irato,
yeah.
which would be Sunny Toe, known as
Sunny.
Sunny Toe, and
Yeah.
he's been the chair for a while. Very much. Kia ora.
We've been tuned in, obviously, and our whānau's been tuned in out there, and I think it's gone really well. And do you think it's, we're Ngāpuhi, we know what we're like, but do you think it's more about the kaupapa as opposed to me? Sometimes the science of a hui, it annoys me sometimes. It's sort of emotion before intelligence, but I'm hearing a lot of intelligence today.
Bit of both today.
Yeah.
Contained emotion.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
But that's valuable.
Okay.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
I think it's more about, let's see what you can deliver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see how you deliver.
Yeah.
Our beneficiaries to our board and to me and Jason, etc.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you happy with that delivery?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Do you think everyone's done their homework?
Yes, I do. I got sprung a bit, had to deliver Sunny's report, but that's okay.
How was that for you, having to deliver something of a chair who's been in there for 16 years, very well known, not just within this group, but on the outside as well?
Well, I didn't try to duck it, but I did have to say, look, we have to take it as read, and if you've got any questions, send them in.
I'm really interested in succession. It's something that you mentioned in the whare. For me personally, it's so cool to belong to something through my whakapapa. But, I just see it as a key of getting this wave of new intelligence, of passion, of to come through this sort of kaupapa, ne?
I am so looking forward to having a younger voice.
Yeah.
Seriously, that younger voice is, we've got a few, we haven't got enough.
Yeah.
And I just we can't underestimate it, and I'm so looking forward to bringing that younger voice in. We have to be attracted, they have to be attracted to us,
We were talking about that.
We've got to be on our game if we want to have our young people in there, because they'll test us.
Yeah,
Do they have to be book smart or people smart?
A bit of both is
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Have we got that
Loyal
combination
is
out
good.
there? Yeah.
Loyal's good.
Turning up is good.
Loyal's
Being
good.
available.
Yeah. But we were talking about, when you look at the calibre of people who sit in those chairs, all the emphasis at the moment is putting on, they've got a huge committee to work out who's going to be the All Black coach, right? Well, this corridor here is just as important for the future of...
I'll give you an example. So we've just started taking in interns.
Yep.
Right?
Wow. Yes.
Yeah, it's really
Wow.
cool. And it was a tester for us. It worked. So I won't give his name, but anyway, he came
His
name. So he came in for about 3 months. Anyway,
we were having a few major hui at the Runanga, and he sat in on those hui, and that's, you know, that gave him more of an insight of what we're involved in than the internship itself and staying in that office. And great, and so he's looking forward to more of that.
Sitting in those spaces too can quite often give people confidence. They can go in and say, actually, I wasn't sure how I was going to go in here, but I feel I've got something to bring to the table. Well, you can't try that out unless you bring our whānau in to go, yeah, I don't know everything, but I can contribute to this.
And it's just, when you're sitting there and observing, and you think, oh, is that what they keep talking about? You know, takes a while though. So one off isn't good. So those opportunities, I'd like to think we can, provide a little bit more of those opportunities for our young ones.
Yeah, I think, and the way of which young people are going about how they process as well. You know, a lot of it is on here as well. Why would they come to an AGM? Why would they be a part of a group when they could simply watch it at home as they are right now with the live stream?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. So we've got young ones in there saying we actually need the hard copy books.
Kia ora tātou. Oh, hey.
You know,
exactly.
We've had
they haven't felt paper for a while.
But they're right.
Yeah.
They're not wrong. The thing is, so we're trying to go digital, paperless, but we can't do that. So, finding that balance.
Yes.
But our young ones, these things here, that's their life.
It is. It's their second nature.
Yeah.
It is. It's how they say hello to you, and even when they're two chairs away from you, the spontaneousness of it is like, are you going to eat that? Well, I'll have it, pull it down here. You know, it's just like, it's a way of communicating, and is it taking away the mana of who we are as, kanohi ki te kanohi is such an important thing, and I think it's really important in hui like this, because we have to preserve our old people and preserve what they've got. Before you know it, they'll be up on that wall this time next year, and that's the reality of it. What are we doing to coach, I guess, to coach and to marry in them with the young people? I know that's a big question.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that except my own experience. Yeah. I've got to get my mokos to fix up my phone.
Oh, you're gorgeous.
I think it is a combination.
How do you, I'm just going to post the mail. You what?
Yeah.
Going to post the mail.
Yeah.
Yes. Pick up the mail.
But we have to play in that sandpit too. And the other thing is, if we don't play in that sandpit, that's our kupunga, that's our net to keep them in. Kanohi ki te kanohi will happen, when they come home.
Yeah, but it's that engagement, so they know how to get in touch with each other. They know how, we're going to organise a hui, so we're going to do a pānui, we're going to have an advertisement go out. It's different for our young ones. They're going to organise a hui, and it's this.
Yeah.
And it's already there, on a thread, in a minute.
Yep.
Hey, I really want to ask this question, and it's it would be really easy not to do your job. What motivates you to do your job? Because, whether you go into politics and people go, oh, Māori and bro, we were born into politics. I mean, it's a difficult job, and you spoke earlier about loyalty. Is that your motivation, or?
I just think we Ngāpuhi have got a lot to offer, and I think we need to be a little bit more gentle on ourselves.
Kia ora.
And forgiving.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly. And then move on.
Yeah.
And
nice.
I like that.
I really do enjoy. Well, I enjoy being able to move us forward.
Kia ora.
And 1 step forward, 10 step back at the moment.
Yeah.
How does it feel as a wahine? You're not just a mother.
Doesn't worry me.
So you're a mother, you're a grandmother.
Yep.
And probably a great grandmother if you're lucky enough to see that out.
Oh, thanks.
And you know what? I love to be a great grandmother. I really do. I hope I could actually see those 4 generations and do whatever. But we look at you, Lorraine, myself as a young woman, and we watch how you do it, so that one day perhaps we can encourage the right person in our generation to be able to do it like you. It's very hard. Wahine ki te tāne. There's a line there,
Yeah, I don't worry about that line.
Yeah, good girl.
You're not worried about I wanted you to let the viewers know.
I'm not worried
Should we
about
be worried
that line.
Yeah, because it's all about the kaupapa, eh?
Why not? Why aren't you worried? Because there are women out there that are worried to step up to this big mark in everything we do. And big boards and big organisations. Is it scary?
Oh, sometimes they don't. Oh, sorry, this is now a 3-way conversation. Sometimes they don't get let in. our wahine.
That's the one. You
Yeah, they don't get let
you
in.
don't get
Invited is
Yeah,
the word.
they don't get invited to the table because people, well, whatever.
It's funny, they're not invited to the table, but they're welcome to the hui.
Yeah, but
okay.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
So
they're at
no,
the hui,
gender
but there's
gender
no-
doesn't worry me too much. Performance does, loyalty
Yeah.
and
Nice.
commitment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right now we've got more wahine employed than we have, and that's because they've applied and they've been the right fit.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not. It's not.
No, I
the
know.
gender.
I know the reason, and I support the reason. One of the things when you even look at politics, and we mentioned it before, when you look at our wahine stepping up into more leadership roles, as a Ngāpuhi man, I love compassion being brought into the room. Okay, now compassion, people, oh, bro, you're soft. Hey, mate, you don't know us. We're not soft, but compassion is actually real strength. I think it's a real neat
Compassion,
thing, eh?
vulnerability.
Yeah,
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah, and there are good things for people to see. That vulnerability isn't a weakness.
No.
No.
You don't want to show it too often, but it's not
No.
a weakness.
But that's nice that you pointed that out, because more than often, I think the majority, being a good 90% of people out there that think vulnerability is being weak, it's giving it up. You know what I mean? But I think also having wahine in the firing line and in the, you know, in the toki, you know what I mean? The high up in those positions, I think it's really good, because Ngāpuhi women have their own stigma. They've got their own, you know, people know about the Ngāpuhi women. You don't mess with them.
I'm from Pangaru.
You go, oh gosh,
Come on.
here we
But
go.
you know, just I don't let it overwhelm me. It's
Yeah,
a,
yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
huge job. We
Yeah.
can't please everybody. We make mistakes.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Nice.
I own all those mistakes.
Yeah, kia ora. No,
I take
excellent.
responsibility. Yeah.
Yes, no, I think that's great. Any last words you'd like to share with those who are watching us? I know that we have some followers over in Australia
pleased.
as well.
Oh, I'm really pleased people are following us.
Yeah.
It's,
Yes.
this is a first for us.
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah.
We did the sports awards. That was another first for us. Kia ora. And I want to do many more of these, just to keep
Fantastic.
us. This is our way of being engaged
And transparent.
transparent as
Yeah.
best we can. Yes, as
Absolutely.
best we can. So
Yes.
kia ora.
Oh, thank
Well
you,
done.
Lorraine, and thank you so much for this opportunity. I tell you what, even if I wasn't on the table, I'd be watching this at home going, hooray, I don't have to go to the hui, I'm at the hui. So I can watch
Someone's up the road.
Someone's up the road.
watching.
Yeah,
They don't wanna
yeah,
come.
but hang on, hang
Exactly.
on, ladies, hang on.
here
You
we go.
may be at home, and I thank you for watching this broadcast, but you can't smell the hangi. I can
I know,
smell.
I can too.
You can't smell that hangi. So I'm glad I drove. Tēnā koe.
Fantastic. Oh, well, koe rā, ko te toki ara ko Lorraine toki tērā, e kaha whakahaere nei i te tātou runanga a iwi o Ngāpuhi. Ka hoki mai tātou a kua ke nei, ngari nānei, ka huri ake tātou ki te whare. Tēnā koutou.
Ka tira e rauranga tira mā hurunua, nau mai hoki mai ki tā tātou tepu, te taumata kōrero e āta wherawhera hi ai, ko ngā kōrero katoa i konei i te hui a tau o te runanga iwi o Ngāpuhi, 2019 mā iwa. Nā, katahi anō ka puta wetahi kōrero tino a tāhuara wātu pio. You've just sat down with the CEO of te runanga iwi o Ngāpuhi, tō tātou whaia, Lorraine Toki. How was that?
Amazing.
It was really cool actually, and one of the things. You know, we spoke about our wahine tour sitting in these positions. She looked really good. She looked calm, and I think she was really grateful for the hui to be done in such a way of respect, knowing that things have changed hugely. You know. Respect, of understanding, of cutting people a bit of slack, but also wanting answers. And I think that's progressive.
Yeah, it's really interesting when I look at the leadership, the current leadership as it stands right now of our iwi, our CEO, female, our chair, female. It's interesting what a female perspective, a female energy can bring to the leadership of this, the largest iwi in the world.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
been there, really.
It's always going to be something new as well. I mean, you all know, you know, once women started playing rugby, everybody turned around. So I mean, you know, when there's a man's game and there's there's the women's game.
I'm a huge supporter of women's rugby. I think it's so and the league. Why did you bring up rugby? Is there are we drawing a long bow here?
Because when I grew up. It was only for the raho. So now that the whare tangata gets to enter itself, that's where it's come on board. I mean, look, we've got the Jenny Shipleys, the Helen Clarks, you know, that have come through. Now we have the Lorraine Tookies. It has been a while. And since
the Jacindas.
We've seen. Oh, Cindy, baby. You know, is it Ja or Cinda? I mean, you know, there's just a lot of, you know, there's a huge change and expectation too. Too. Lorraine is one not to mess with. You can tell, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't because she was wearing yellow.
Yeah, she's just interested in the kaupapa. You know, I remember you asking her about, you know, her tūranga as a wahine. She says, whatever, you know, I'm just interested in about the kaupapa pushing. And that's, I love hearing that stuff. I don't care where it comes from or who it comes from. Sure, you're in the light, but it's all about the kaupapa and the results.
Yeah. One of my biggest takeaways with our conversation with the chair of the Ngāpuhi Assets Holding, Jason Witihira, we're actually in a good place. Financially, Ngāpuhi is in a really good place. And the biggest takeaway I took from his conversation was his statement. He wants Ngāpuhi to be an economic powerhouse. That's a quote.
Yes.
An economic powerhouse.
Yes.
That's a reality for us.
Okay,
What's your take?
And would you take, I mean, hey, well, I'll take this. You know, yes, he wants us to be that. I kind of believe him because he's already proven himself. He's also number 10 on the Forbes list for New Zealand, that's for sure. Right up there on his personal. I mean, I won't get into it. Don't all start googling him now, but too late. But I think too, if that is what he can visualizes, I think there's a possibility that can happen. None of that success happened without the people. So I mean, I think it's just the reality. It's really nice. I'll tell you what, when people are watching this now and they're seeing that financially we are doing really, really well, they're all now putting their list together of what they want. It's Christmas.
Hamakoko.
That's it.
But you know, it's all very well to be doing well, and I'm glad that when we're in the black, not the red. But I'm going, well, what next? What next, bro? And
well, let's talk about that. How realistic is Ngāpuhi as an economic powerhouse, not only in New Zealand but worldwide? Because I mean, the numbers that we're talking about here, there's some big numbers we're talking about.
That's right.
How realistic is that?
I think it is realistic because we've got natural assets and we've got a financial base, and as long as we got the nous to do it, we can do it. Other people have, you know, and you know, I get the privilege of working with in other areas with our whānau down the deep south and Tainui and stuff, and they've already set a template that is becoming pretty successful. You know, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel either. We just have to look at what we've got as people resource, education, man. You know, and that's the thing. All sorts of education.
You know, education is coming in so many different forms as well, and I think we're really, really pinning it when we're looking at from social services and educating our kids. Not every kid is going to, you look at levels of, kids now have to get NZQA accredited level 1, 2 and 3 in order to go and cross the bar and become, at least get into university. They need more than 80 credits to get in there. The average here is about 45 to 55 credits a year for our Māori kids, especially those who are in wharekura and karakauka Māori. So what we're doing is
I don't understand. So
they're not going to be going to uni.
Okay, they're falling short of the 80.
They're falling short of the 80 because they are from the practicum. They are practical learners.
Yeah.
So it's really good that when we're looking at rangatahi, when we see that Runanga have got some financial grounding and financial backup there, perhaps social services are looking into that. Our health services are looking into, the kind of skill base that our rangatahi have in order to move them forward. Some of these kids are throwbacks to their papa who owned that, that farm and ran that farm, and their father did a farm, and guess what? They might just be a farmer. It doesn't require all those quals, but the Ruranga is there to help back that up. With all the other courses going on, which are more practical based, allows them to be, to aspire to look after, because the Runanga ultimately is going to help look after farms, help look after forestry, help look after and when it comes to scholarships and stuff like that, which is money again, we the Runanga have been looking after, Runanga right across the board, looking after these kinds of students who aren't particularly academic, but they are practical. So that's good that we've got something down there in the belly to help them out.
Have you seen the tradies ad on TV?
The tradies
the
ad,
little Pākehā
yes.
boy says, "Oh, Dad, I've got something to tell you. I want to be a tradie." Shock, But there's a lot of builders out there. Builders and plumbers making more money than lawyers out there,
Exactly.
But that's not us. And I hope that you agree, because I'd hate to get into a debate with you, darling. But that we're not selling our people short by saying you should be a tradie, you should be doing this. But there's not just one way. There's not one huarahi for our kids to go down. We're not we're not picking low-hanging fruit here.
Well, they're not made up of just one thought and one idea and one success that happened back then. They, yes, the father was a fisherman, the grandfather was a fisherman, the great-grandfather was a fisherman. They are renowned. So now the mokapuna's here. Well, actually, he's a great math. In the fisheries. He works in the fisheries, but he's working in a place where it's spread out. He knows the water well, but now he's working for math within there, so he's still respecting his heke and the throwback and what he's meant to be.
Or do something different. Do something different.
You know what, Māori get very comfortable, eh? They get very, very comfortable on their seat for a little minute until they get popular. When the rangatahi start to get popular, they start to believe. When they start to believe, they're convinced. When they're convinced, they now own it.
Kia ora.
You know what I mean? So if I become popular on here, everybody's watching me, I get a little feeling for a second. It's got the big E for ego. A bit of a lift. It's a natural lift, and I start to go, oh, heck, I might just chuck out 10 of those now and see what else I'm going to get. You know why? Because you can't do without the icing on that cake. You just want it. You want more of it. And then it makes the other side lazy, you see?
I see too many of our whānau making unqualified, dumb decisions. And as parents, we need to make sure that our kids are supported, so when they grow up, they're making good decisions.
And to not be qualified to make that dumb decision.
So I'm in education. I've got nephews with degrees out of university, but they'll sit there and watch one of our whānau split up a beast up in Whangapi, and they go, Dad, that guy's a guru. I says, he is a guru in his area. You can't do that. You can't learn that out of a book. So just opening. One of the things I've always said to my whānau is, if you're sitting on the couch with your kids, like I was sitting on there with one of my wife's friends' boys, little Māori fella, who's about 8, and we were watching something on Africa, and I said, isn't it going to be amazing when you go there? And she said, am I going to Africa? You can go anywhere you like. Can I? Yeah. Well, what do I do there? You could be a photographer like that. So we as parents, that's leadership, is to turn their buttons on, man.
But also, we as parents have expectations. Look at that, you can hear the tamariki behind us. This is Love and Direct, everybody, and we're right here.
They're having fun. Who said they could have fun at a
Who said they could burn the hangi? Hurry up, pull it out already. Now, talking
Kids.
about, look, we want to make our children happy. All of a sudden we go, yeah, you can be whatever you want to be. But that's just one day. The next day we wake up, we remember, no, son, sorry. We didn't buy this farm for nothing. Now get out there.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know what I
but
mean?
that's
Like it's a
education too.
combination of what we want and what we need to have happen.
Yeah, it strikes me we're kind of talking a lot of big picture stuff. I want to throw this at both of you. Where is Ngāpuhi at in 2019? What is the state of Ngāpuhi right now?
Oh, I caught it.
What's your take on it?
I think the state is, we're in a really good place right now. Today is a new day where we've given information by way of video, by way of streaming. That there's confidence. I'm starting to be confident. We've never ever had anything so transparent like this. How long has this machine here been in the mix? Too long. And now we are ready to open up and show, even if we don't like it, at least they got to judge it for themselves, our whānau at home who aren't here, and got to hear the meeting. So much so, they wish they could get in their car and come down here and be a part of it. But for now, it's just about, people have got lots of questions going on. Where are we at? We're here, we're present, and we're doing our best for the future at hand. We're doing our best for what we already know and what we already have. Call it an asset or not.
Yeah.
It still exists and we are still alive. So I think that much there holistically we can go from.
I'm not overly happy with where we are at the moment because I'm not sad, but I'm not happy because I want to move. So I think the cage, if we are in a good space now, then it's time to rattle the cage. And past board members and all that, we stand on their shoulders and appreciate what they've achieved, but gone. Don't throw them away. No way, no way. But say, this is a new era, this is a new time, we've got some financial stability, we're making decisions. I want to start to see some cut through, basically.
Yep. That's Kihi, you touched on something, and a keyword. The keyword here is present.
Yes.
When Ngāpuhi is present, Ngāpuhi is not only an economic powerhouse, Ngāpuhi is a powerhouse, full stop.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I think, and we've touched on it earlier in some of our earlier segments, and we were talking about the belief that a lot of people, we are the largest iwi in the world, at 125,000 at the last census.
Gosh, say that again. We are the largest iwi in the world. Thought China was.
No, they're not a iwi.
No, they're not a... Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not switch behaviour now. Aroha mai, coming to you live.
We're bigger than the Qing dynasty. No,
no more one time for you.
But I mean, and for me, a lot of it comes down to belief.
Yeah.
Belief in ourselves.
Belief systems.
Belief politically, belief economically, belief
personally.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, belief in yourself.
You know what the people say, the old people used to say, I believe it when I see it. Don't tell me, show me.
Yeah. And I'm at that
still
point
let you
now.
know.
Don't tell me, show me.
Yeah.
But we are being shown. Maybe I'm a little bit, a little bit too hard on our whānau. But we should always be hard on ourselves. We should not settle for stuff that's lower than our ability.
Well, look at Sir James Henry, we've come too far not to go further.
Yeah.
We've come too far not to go further.
That's a beautiful phrase. Was that his?
That was his, and Penny Henry uses it all the time.
Does
you
he?
do. Yes, you do. Yes, he does. He uses
Get
it
your
every
own
time.
words, bro.
We were at
Get
the
your own fucking
I
tuggy.
was emceeing a Māori oral health equity
For your
symposium for your teeth. Never done.
I thought it had no bad language. Is that oral health?
It was great, and I tell you what, and you see it in a minute. And Penny was there, and he said that he was rambling on about something, but then he mentioned that one. It says, "Go to, we've come too far not to go further."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
But I think a lot of the answers to our anxieties, when you look at the negative statistics around pee, around alcohol, around patuwahine, all those things, I still believe the answers to those issues are in a Māori world. Because if you go back and know who you are, you're going to just feel, man, this is real. Don't believe the publicity because, the negative branding put on us just sucks. So, those were the answers like for me are in this Māori world. Because it's a world of science, it's a world of achievement, it's a world of aroha. That's the real world.
It's the existence in us. I mean, it really is. It's, we will always be Māori, but again, can I just say that with the Tuia 250 coming through, it's
you keep
expanded.
going on about this. Why haven't I seen this?
Oh, darling, you came from it,
Oh,
babe.
okay.
This is the hybrid within us. You're half of them and you're half of us, but our heart and our heartfelt and the lead in us, we always go with our taha Māori. We can't help that because, well, the taha Pākehā in us is already successful in society's eyes, but in the universe of it all, nothing feels the way to us but being Māori.
Yep.
So you can't
Well
do
said.
that. Look, we can go around the world and we can go dip everywhere. We can go and work here, work there and everything. But you know, when the world crashes down on you, where do you go back to? That's
Kia ora.
right. That one there, 1, 2 and 3. You know, and I don't know any other culture that celebrates a farewell at a tangi of someone or someone's like we do. And so the living is just as important as to the dead. And isn't it funny, eh? We'll knock out the living, eh? But the minute they're gone, ka aroha ngā kupu kōrero. It's
We
interesting.
forget-
It's not
we
till they're
forget
gone.
to-
We have the nicest things to say about that person.
That's right.
Why can it not be the other way around?
Because honesty is such a dangerous place to go, especially in that whare there.
Kia ora.
Exactly. It
But
is.
that's cool. Yeah, that's
Another
cool.
thing is, while the old fellas are still standing, you know, they got a little bit of shake in their boot. Some of them want to die with their boots on. You know, they don't give all of their secrets away, and that can be dangerous as well. Let those be the merits of us. Please don't die with your boots on, matua, uncle, papa, te katoa koutou, auntie, a nanny, queer, because we need as much information as possible. We can only Google so much in this world, but there's
Record them.
That's it. There's some things that we can't, and that is the touch of their scent to the point of their tail. You know, like they have a point of view, and we need to reach in there and understand it. That's something that doesn't require this, and you can't get it from
I've
there.
noticed
so.
you haven't hardly put your phone down though. You are connected to your phone.
I am connected to my whenua.
Well, you've got a picture of your garden in your phone.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, it's growing in a minute.
Actually, I'll show you.
Do you know what?
Let's
my
go get
whenua
on to
are my...
Kamokamo seeds.
Oh, look at
I
this.
need some
Did you just
go.
pick your phone
No, no.
up? Did you just contradict that whole little...
No.
Here we.
It
Yes.
checks my heart rate.
It checks your heart rate.
Yeah.
Great. It's checking my balance, and I have 0.
How well has this hui gone?
Awesome.
Bro?
It's
Awesome.
been amazing.
Without a doubt, awesome.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure.
What would
Yeah.
you do better? Wrong question. What would you do better?
Well, they control the success of the hui.
Kia ora.
I mean, I'm happy being involved in this. This is really fun. But yeah, I think the hui's gone pretty well, eh?
Awesome. And I, for me, the beauty of it is the level of discussion that's come out of the hui.
Yeah.
And we mentioned it earlier, ko te kaia te rangatira he kōrero. Nā runga I te rangatira o ngā kōrero I puta ko rangatira tātou katoa, ko rangatira a ngā puhi.
That's it.
Hey, and you know, all you need to look is, we're not, you've said it, we're not in the red.
Yeah.
For me, easy.
Yeah.
And for you, Peel? How's this week gone for you?
I find it
From
quite
start to finish.
inspirational, actually. Yeah, that we've got people here who, and I suppose the challenge to our viewers and listeners and our whānau out there that this is not a privileged, well, it is a privileged place, but everybody is welcome back in this place and this space, eh? And I think we've got to pick it up.
That's it.
I mean, I'm always hanging around our marae and stuff because I need that to be successful in my own personal view.
Kia ora.
I mean, you know, you win lotto and you get 14 million. Oh, that fella's successful because he's got money. No, he's not. He could be an axe-murderer. You don't know.
Yeah.
But if you're across your life, you're looking after your kids, you're educating your kids, you rote I te ao Pākehā me te ao Māori, and coming to hui like this, that's a pretty amazing existence, eh?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I would like to say that like a kaha tonu tātou ki te awhi ki te tautoko, and that's not just the support and to help, but those words are far greater than what they translate to be, and that is to find the interpreters for your whānau that come to these hui, these long drifted hui that have such an importance and have the outcomes for our whānau. Find those people to go to the hui to help interpret it to those who can't handle hui and can't sit in there. And they're usually our grave diggers, the workers that work on the whenua, the real diggers out there that are doing, you know, hauhake kumara, those ones who are introverts. Please find your whānau interpreters.
Well, introverts in Ngāpui.
I know.
What's his name?
I know. I know. I was going to say a couple of names there, but Jason Wetaheda, there it is.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
who
I
are
agree.
but their work is loud.
Oh.
You know, and then you've got loud people, and their work is quiet. And so, you know, well, if that's how you put it, but I encourage all those to find your people, to go to those hui so they can come back to your whānau and back to your marae and be able to, you know, interpret the kōrero. Because
translate.
that's where, you got to translate it, because that's where it starts to drift whānau. It starts to do a Chinese whisper around here, and the Māori whisper is pretty loud. So I just encourage that. Otherwise, this has been just a dream to work with you two, and a dream to, you know, we're at ages where, you know, we've got children, and my whakaaro is just so alive and kicking, and my motivation about getting things right. So I think there's been some really good preservation here. There's been some outstanding speakers today, ones who we've heard for a long time, and we know already what they're going to say. And ones who are new. I'd want to mihi to Miss Jews, who's come through, Tana ingoa, ko Miss Jews, what's her name? Jews.
Te Aopare.
Te Aopare Jews. Kia ora me tō reo tahai whenua, I huri ake koe ki te reo tahai whenua. I used to call it te reo hoko prawa, but I like tahai whenua. And it's good, again, another interpreter. People like her, you know, we've got some wonderful rangatahi up in the mix there, and the likes of Alana Thomas, you know, who's Kipper Munro's daughter. She's just in the new book of law. She is also wonderful in te reo one, and she's sassy, and you know, she's a great interpreter. But there's so many more like yourself, Ranita. You're amazing at what you do to help interpret it, and keep it edutainment.
Edutainment. Magic wand, because we need to finish. Magic wand, if you had a magic wand, bro, for 10 years down the track, where would we be? Kiss?
A powerhouse.
Oh,
Full stop.
He's off to Jason's for dinner.
A powerhouse.
Full stop.
Now, see, I want to be devil's advocate and go, no, this is better. But I can't. I think a powerhouse.
And I'll be prouder.
But not just a financial powerhouse,
Yeah,
a spiritual powerhouse.
Yeah, exactly.
You're talking about a holistic powerhouse.
Cultural powerhouse, academic
Because I've got a
powerhouse.
few cousins work for the Power Board. So I could talk to them. North
Oh,
Power.
I've got a few cousins in another type of power, but they wear the leather jackets.
But that's another thing, you know. I was talking to some of the bros, and they're our whānau, they're Ngāpuhi, you know.
Yes.
And a lot of those guys are in those collectives because they didn't feel the warmth of these places, you know. And you know, come home, man. Come home, because you've got some neat skills. Just sometimes those skills are put to different areas. You know, they've got event management skills. You know, but make sure it's an awesome event. But anyway, this is, I can hear the waiata.
Beautiful. And in 10 years' time, I would like to say that my mokopunas will probably be here by then. So I hope that we can, you know, sit up and suit up right. The main thing is that our whenua never dies, so that we can forever have the abundance of kai to keep us going and our brains going. And by then we might be flying in flying saucers. Who knows what's going to happen then? But as long as our feet are on the ground, koera te mea nui.
Tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
And Pure, I think it's only fitting that we give you the last word to
Absolutely.
wrap us up before we head back inside.
Excellent.
Kia ora, what would the last word be? Well, I'm gonna recap my journey as a Maori boy born in Rawene, and I remember my father telling me, he says, boy, don't think you're better than other people, but don't forget you're just as good as anybody who walks the planet. So the world is your tio, Pure. So I say that to all our whānau. I say that to all.
Oh, that's the gorgeous hangi.
That's
there.
the hangi being
That's
beaten up by some Maori fella from the East Coast, I think. But I just want to say, you know, look into ourselves for our taha Māori, for that special stuff, and we'll be all right. And, you know, keep loving each other.
Pio, it's just been a delight. Everyone believes you and everyone knows you. Me and Ranira are just a little speck star of you, the big moon that you hold, and we just thank you so much for guiding us, and we look forward to coming back to this chair, and hopefully we are honoured and privileged enough to sit here in the same seat and under the same roof as you. Tēnā hoki koe.
Kia ora. We've just got some instruction over there on our auto cue.
Oh, look at that. We're not quite out. We talked about Mangu. It'll be Mere Mangu coming through, who is our chair for this AGM. And so we will be back in 5 minutes. Mautonu mai.
Kia ora.
ko koe.
Aka tira e rauranga tira mānau mai hoki mai kei tōku taha ko te hea mana o te runanga āiwi o Ngāpuhi koe atu ko mere mangu kei taku whae mere tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Hono e tuatahi e mihi ana i te pai o tā tātou hui e hui tahi ana Ngāpuhi i raro i te whakaaro ko tahi koe rā tāku i kite i te ranei peo kitenga mo tā tātou noho tahi i tēnei rā.
I te mea kei raro tātou i te maru o Maungarongo.
Ai, kuia.
Ai, ko rite ke te kaupapa i mua tō tātou haerenga mai, koe tēnā ko te tāhua o tēnei marae o roto manga kāhia. Me te rangatira whakahaerenga take i a taipari, me wana kai tautoko iaea ngā kaimahi, hara mai, hore kau e kōrero i tuatu.
Ko te kaupapa kōrero tuatahipe, hei kōrero mā tāua, mā tātou. I ki te akera i wā tāua tamariki mokopune, tūtū mai ana ki te whakawaha i o rātou wheako mō ngā mahi ko oti i te runanga. Hara mai tēnā ahuatanga.
Tika tau, nā ko tā tātou iaia nei, e karangatu ki wena rangatahi. Haere mai, whakatūngia tā koutou ake rōpū ki te mauinga take o te runanga. Kaua e menga e mā te runanga nahe ngā take e mau. Ko hau e noho atu nei, ki au poto noiho te wā ki au ki te whakatika pia i te huarahi anga mua mō Ngāpuhi. Ka peheka i ki raro, whakawāteangia mō ngā rangatahi kei te haere mai. Mahanga, te koe o ngā hine ngaro. Kore rawau e hiahia kia roa a hau i roto i tēnei tūru. Hoi anō ki te whakawātea i te huarahi, kia mōhio ai, te nui ngātua o Ngāpuhi, ai e tikana te haere o ngā mea katoa, ngā puka puka. Hore kau e take hunai, e hanei te mea. Whakatuwhirangia ngā mea katoa, kia mōhio ai Ngāpuhi, ai koe tēnā, ko tika, pai, whakatikangia pēnā hore kau e pai ana, ka waihoi manga mea koe atu iau e maunga take mō Ngāpuhi.
Koe rā te tino kupu ai, me whakatuwhera, transparent.
Absolutely.
Transparency. So, moku ake ai, kei te karangātu ki ana tau ko te hunga rangatahi, kia tauma i raro i te marumaru o te runanga a iwi. Hei aha, hei pōtai, hei wāhi kōrero, hei kai kōrero mō te hunga rangatahi o tirā. Moku ake anō hoki, me pēhea te whakawhiriwhiri e nei rangatahi ko ngā mea noho pōtai nei i raro i te marumaru o te kura, e Kraina nei noho PhD nā, ko rātou ngā mea e mahi ana i te kāinga, ngā tino ringa raupā o te kāinga, he mea miki rapu pēā.
Tika tēnei, ngari koe tēnā ko te kōrero, ko te ao, te tio.
Kuia.
Mawai. Ai, kaua tau e haere ki reira. Ai, engari koe tērā. Tukuna mga rangatahi e kōrero ngā take e hiehia na rātou ki te whai, ko wa tātou e tautoko atu. Ai, kaua ke e karangatu, ko mea mai, koe tēnei ta mātou hia, ko mea tu koe, hore kau e nā whiana ngā moni. Kia māramata tātou tautoko i ngā rangatahi, e hanei wa rātou moemoea.
Whai, kia huri au ki tā tātou reo tuarua, kia whai wahi mai i te katoa o ka hia miriona tāngata e mātakitaki ana i a tātou e kōrero.
Ai, mataku pai.
And I just wanted to touch on that and reinforce that point that you made about the transparency. I can see a lot of transparency measures, a lot more new measures being taken place to ensure the transparency seen top to bottom here at Te Runanga Iwi o Ngāpuhi. How are you with it?
I would like that. We need that immediately. We shouldn't be waiting 6 months. That's not a review. That's preparing us for one. That's not what this is about. This is about getting a review that's right across the board, constitutional, relationships, financial, that's all part and parcel of a review. And that's what Ngāpuhi wants. That's what Ngāpuhi has been asking for, and we haven't delivered. Right now, there is a time for change. Yes. And we can do that. We should be delivering it. We shouldn't be talking about it. We've got to be doing it.
There are a lot of, let's call them heated discussions that took place in our hui today. Ahakoa i roto i tō tātou whare i a Maunga Rongo. I tututonu te pui i etahi. How do you see Ngāpuhi coming together moving forward?
I see it coming together when they have the confidence that Ngāpuhi is squeaky clean.
Kia ora.
Yeah, when it has that review and it knows exactly where it is, where our runanga stands, people will want to own it. They want to become a part of it and build on it. And part of that building is looking right across the board. You know, we have a registration process where you have to register to qualify that you're part of the runanga o Ngāpuhi. Well, what about all those other people, our whanaunga, who don't want to register? How have we catered for them? And in doing that, how do we, when we're living in takiwa, where's the recognition for our hapu? You know, me whakamana ngā hapu, because they're the ones who tautoko the tiriti.
Yeah.
Te rangatira tautoko the tiriti. So why are we getting into the, and you know, for me, my vision for the runanga is to be the tono of the people. We are the bridge. Where they need advocacy with the government, we go and do that work. But our responsibility is back to Ngāpuhi, not to the Crown. We go there to do Ngāpuhi's bidding and bring that mahi, bring those rawa back, bring those, the good and the bad back, you know. But we shouldn't just be looking at the Crown. Ngāpuhi should be looking globally. Yeah, our people are living globally. So why can't we reach out and do these global interactions? You know, we've got the iwi chairs have got a relationship with Dubai through Ngāti Kahungunu, where they're hosting, well, sort of co-hosting with Dubai about the expo next year. Well, Ngāpuhi could be doing the same. Why are we limiting ourselves to ourselves when we can actually bring people back with PhDs, with business nous, and grow those so that we're all part of that?
You know, there's a lot of those who are PhD now, but there's also success out there from people who have just made YouTube videos and they're not PhD up and they're $50,000 richer and they're 11 years old. And so I'm just looking at, well, not that we want to measure to that, but we must be aware that that is a reality and that does exist. What can be, I think it's important that they know the foundations, that when that world fires you and you're out, that the marae and your runanga is your saving grace. It's where you begin, it's where you're going to end. But in the middle, you know, well, we're either black or white, but we're trying to, you know, manage those 50 shades of grey, which look like this, you know what I mean? Which look like, I'm going to go to uni, but I've got about 4 more papers until I actually get my degree. In the meantime, I've just been hired by Māori Television, or I've been hired by Sky TV to do this, Hell, I'm making more money than I could when I was, you know, if I were to be qualified. Just those kind of, like, there's just so many ways of how they're being.
Absolutely.
You know, so what kind of, I think it's a really brave move that we're doing this live stream as well, because the likes of Ranira and Pio certainly bring the people in and bring the, you know, the crowd to be able to watch it and all that jazz. I think it's great. We have sports awards and stuff like that, and the runanga is being seen to be active in the giving out side.
And I think I must mihi to Aroha Shelford, who has been our, who has opened the world to the runanga in this way and brought all this talent home.
Yes, she is one that is up there, and she's a producer and an executive producer for that matter, and she's had losses, but she's certainly had the gains as well. And what I love is that, you know, it's like lawyers, you know Māori lawyers, You know Māori lawyers,
Me.
You know,
I don't think so.
You say don't do law, you go and do social services. You go and look after health services. One like who is, you know, a great example, Aroha Shelford, who is producing in TV. She comes back to the social service or to the runanga and puts her skills in there. So it just really inspires me and Ranira, who come from the same industry, and what we could do. But we're more than media.
But
we're good at planting spuds.
Yes, and I was just about to come back to that, you know, that our successes are not always academic. Our successes are being able to look after our mokopuna, put kai on the table every day. That is a success, just to be able to love another person.
Fire, before we wrap it up, I do want to throw you a few more harder questions, I suppose.
Absolutely.
And you touched on an interesting point, which I'm looking to talk about, is about our wātātu tamariki mokopuna. Where do you see Ngāpuhi for your mokopuna, for our kids?
Well, I have, I think that the runanga is definitely a way, a space that can create ways. In the same way, this has been created today, you know, or well, not just today, but previously, and this is one of them. And I think I would have a limitation in saying, this is what I want, this is how my vision is. I would rather say, bring those people who can actually see further than I can now. And mine is to tautoko them in their vision. You know, I've been there, I've done that, and now it's time to give back by nurturing them to achieve their dreams, whatever that is, rather than me saying what they are and then limiting them.
Yes.
Aotāhua. O whae, hore kau e kororo I tuatu I tērā, I runga I te pai o tērā kororo e tika ana kia mutu wā tātou kororo I konei. I runga I te pai o ngā mahi ko kitea ko rangona I roti tō tātou whare I tēnei rā.
Kia ora.
Tēnei mihi nui atu ana kia koe me tā tātou runanga nā koutou I whakarite I tēnei hui aiui I tēnei tau.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate you. And thank you to Akana, as we are Queenie Wikitorias.
That's true.
From Queen Vic, who once that, and again, a school that died, but is still very much living in us and is a representation of us. And I hope that, just like that, the Runa can also be that of a standing place and a place where they come, a kōhao, I would say, that they come back to, and they can at least extend themselves and go further. Because like Sir James Henare said, we've come too far not to go further. You love that one. Any last words before we...
Ai hoi no mihi atuna kia ngā puhi, ahatia keihia koe o tēnei au, tēnā koe. Koto reo te mea nui kia rongongia e tātou, mai te haukainga nei mai I waho I tō tātou ngā puhi nui tonu. Ko te mea nui, ko te whanaungatanga I wainga nui a tātou. Kia ū ki te pono, kia aroha te tahi ki te tahi, kia mahi tahi tātou. Koe tērā ko te tūmanako.
Nō reira e hoa mā e marama, koe rā ko ngā kōrero a te heamana o te runanga aiui o ngā puhi mere mangu me te pai o ngā kōrero hei whakataupoki ake I tēnei whakapāhotanga motuhake kia kūtau ngā puhi katoa, he tika rā te kōrero, ahakoa kaiha koe e noho mai ana I tēnei ao, nā kua rongo mai rā kūtau I ngā kōrero katoa I puta I tā tātou hui a tau, no tēnei te tau 2024 mā iwa mai konei nā mātou, nā pio te rei, mātou ko Miss Kihi Ririnui, a hau ko Raniere Harrison, me tā mātou, me tā tātou hea mana, me mere mangu tēnei rā, ko te mihi nui kia koutou katoa ngā puhi, tēnā koutou, kia ora huhu mai no tātou katoa.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.